Everybody, thank you for coming. The time is 5:35 and it is Tuesday, March 3rd. And I'm going to call this meeting to order. Can I get a roll call, please?
Flores Kale.
Here.
Tobias.
Present.
Goza.
Here.
Medina.
Here.
Zapata.
Here.
Harris.
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, we have 7 people present and we have a quorum. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers may be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning City Council business, and they must observe the 3-minute time limit. All right, we have a couple. Up first is going to be Jack Parrott.
God darn it. My name is Jack Parrott. I live in Six Creeks in the ETJ. First, I'd like to thank Madam Mayor, Council Members Zapata, Medina, and Goza, and Tobias. You guys are doing an excellent job. Promises made, promises kept. It's been 1 month since I spoke here, and the amount of refunds due Six Creeks is up another $225,000 in 1 month. Enough on the developer agreement. We all know what it says. I'm here to speak about the the ordinance that was passed and voted on October 16th. The item was on the agenda right before the 25-26 budget. What that ordinance was to do was to make it legal for the city to charge more than 1.2% above ICL rates, or 20% above. As it turns out, there was only 6 people present for the vote, so the vote didn't count. So the city has been operating illegally ever since they increased the rates on the ETJ by 77%. Before you guys go to executive session, I want you to remember, have your truthometers on, and keep in mind that Mayor Mitchell and the previous council, Amy Reed, Brian Langley, witnessed that vote. And then Amy Reed presented a document to Travis Mitchell to sign to bring it into effect. All done illegally. That's not incompetence, in my opinion. That's fraud. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have David Glickler.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is David Glickler, and some of you who don't know me, I'm here to speak on agenda item 3.1F for executive session. So let me give you a little bit about my background. I've been a licensed practicing attorney for over 32 years. I've been a resident of Kyle and Buda combined for almost 25 years. I have 25 years of my professional career was spent in the public sector. Most attorneys don't do a little bit of everything, but instead have somewhat small practice areas. I myself have been board certified in criminal law since 1999, and I was once board certified in juvenile law, which is kind of a subset of criminal law. In recent years, I've taken on more practice areas And I represent a lot of citizens of Kyle and a lot of city employees in Kyle because my practice is here. So I'm a resident, I'm a property owner, and a business owner. And I would still say that I have limited areas of practice. Given that, let me tell you a little bit about my experience with Amy Alcorn Reed. I've worked with her on a few issues, most notably as a member of the Kyle City Charter Review Committee last year. This is a very, very specialized area of law, public administration. Amy was always a consummate professional. She was knowledgeable and willing to assist us in every way. She was never imposing any personal opinions or thoughts in an attempt to guide us. She simply gave us the parameters under the law that we needed to work under. In short, she is a significant asset to the city of Kyle. And it should be noted that attorneys knowledgeable in public administration type law, they are very few and far between. Many attorneys in her situation represent multiple cities for that reason. There are not 254, and that's counties. There are not 254 board certified public administration law lawyers in Texas, much less over 1,000 cities. The continued maltreatment of our city's most valuable asset, our valuable human resources, by this city council has the potential to cause irreparable damage to our city and its administration and its infrastructure. Who would want to work for a city where the elected part-time employed council members do not support the full-time employees who help keep the city running? Most disappointing about this agenda item is the timing. It's primary election day. You all 7 know what that means. Some of you claim to want transparency in what this council does, but apparently only when it suits you. Dozens of involved citizens who might want to have a say on this matter, pro or con, on any other day are busy working in the election room. Many more are standing right outside, you can see them, waiting to cast a vote in the election, so they couldn't be here today. And some of the most concerned and involved citizens are the people who run for office, and they're outside waving signs when they might want to be heard on this issue. It seems to me they deserve the respect of not using their election as cover for a Tuesday night massacre, knowing that any such decision this council make in that regard is going to be publicly obscured and overshadowed by tomorrow morning's headlines about the election results. To me, that would just be cowardly.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Lucy Johnson.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and Kyle City Council members. My name is Lucy Johnson. I live in San Marcos, but I still have property in Plum Creek, and I have been a Kyle property taxpayer for about 20 years now, which makes me feel very old. I am here to speak about an item discussed in executive session, the possible right-of-way acquisition of land along the northern side of Old Stagecoach Road. I sent an email about this matter, but I thought I'd also follow up in person. I am a friend of both the Gregg and Frankie families, and years ago I helped create Kyle's first tree ordinance. So I am very concerned by the taking of their land, along with that of the bearing oak, for the widening of Old Stagecoach. I had originally been told by members of the past city council that widening of the road, it was necessary, along with taking of land on the north side of the road and its trees, but was quite shocked to find, when I looked at the schematics myself, that unlike the majority of Old Stagecoach project that calls for a 3-lane road, this particular section in front of the Gregg and Frankie homesteads is a planned 4-lane divided boulevard. In addition to the Vibe Trail on the southeast side, a new northern sidewalk has also been added. So, being me, I took about an hour in Photoshop last week and overlaid the possible new design myself. What you have in front of you shows that if the northern segment simply matched the 3-lane configuration planned for the rest of the corridor, no right-of-way would need be taken from the Frankie family's side at all. I am aware that money was spent engineering this road, and you don't want those funds to go to waste. However, a 4-lane divided parkway with pedestrian walkways on either side that lasts all of 900 yards before creating a 6-lane terminus in which 1 lane apparently goes nowhere seems to me to be somewhat inexplicable. I am not sure of the construction costs of the original north section, but I can only imagine the change to a 3-lane road would result in construction savings that would more than cover the cost of redesigning a half-mile section of road. Never mind the savings if you also remove the northwest sidewalk. While I'm on the subject, and since I have 30 seconds, I might add that mixed-use trails are not normally controversial issues in other towns. I was told by past council members that the Vibe Trail would be safe to use for pedestrians, cyclists, and golf carts. But then I was also told 2 weeks ago that a northern sidewalk was necessary because it was in fact not safe for pedestrians to share the same path as golf carts. So I might add that in the future, where the alternative is to take private property to build a secondary sidewalk, you simply convert Vibe into what mixed-use trails are in other cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, I have Viviana Garza.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Vienna Garza, serving on the Kyle Housing Authority. I am here regarding item 1F. I have a decade of experience in government service, working daily with 3 law firms and numerous public attorneys. I'm here to tell you that Amy Alcorn Reed is the only thing standing between the city and a massive legal liability. In the world of government, if someone messes up, the city attorney is the one held responsible for fixing it. Amy is knowledgeable, she's a career professional, and she is a full-time asset, unlike the temporary elected officials who are currently attempting to destabilize our city staff. To the council, if you move to terminate the high-performing attorney without cause, because you are not just making a change, you're gambling with taxpayer money. You're inviting lawsuits and exposing the city to risk that will cost us millions. As a taxpayer, consider this my evaluation. Amy is doing a mighty fine job. Any vote to remove her is a vote to put this city in legal jeopardy, and we, the voters, are watching. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do I have any other people that would like to come and speak? All right. Please state your name for the record.
Mayor, Council, my name is Jake Webb. I'm a Kyle resident. I serve on the Planning and Zoning Commission, recently appointed to the Compensation Committee. Thank you. And in those capacities, I've had the opportunity to work with many of our city staff. So when I saw agenda item 1F, I was a little surprised and a little concerned. I think part of what makes Kyle great is our city staff. In my time volunteering with the city, I've worked with Kayla and Melissa, Jennifer, Debbie, Jason, Brian, Amy. I'm sure I'm leaving a few people out. They're incredibly knowledgeable, and they've always been able to provide me with the guidance I need to turn whatever half-baked idea I have into substantial, beneficial, real action for Kyle. If we are all playing for Team Kyle, and I truly believe that we are, I want them on my team. As a resident, it's a little discouraging to see council agendas that take such a regressive posture, and not just with this agenda item, but with a lot of others. Sometimes it feels like we're not moving forward, but rather trying to erase the last 10 years of progress. And it doesn't feel like it's in the spirit of building the city up, but rather tearing others down. I think leadership requires discernment. I think good governance requires patience and a steady hand. It requires the ability to say, I might not have all the answers, but I have a great team around me who does. I know you're all committed to that. And I know we have a great team in our city staff. I also know the public can't always have all the information. So when you go into executive session and you look at items like 1F, looking at critical members of our staff, I urge you to use discernment. I urge you to be the leaders that support your staff and guide them towards the goals you've set for the city. I urge you to be the leaders that want a great team around them. I worry that this agenda item about the message that it sends to the rest of our staff. I worry about the precedent it sets for future hires. I worry about the image it projects to neighboring cities and counties. Ultimately, I'm here in support of our city staff because in my time working with the city, they've always supported me. So as you consider item 1F, I urge you to give them that same support. Since I have a little extra time because I talk fast, I'll leave you at this. In my career, I've worked closely with more attorneys than I can count. I have 2 that report to me today, and I can tell you for sure that our city attorney has all of the qualities I'd want in an attorney on my team. If I had the opening, I'd gladly take her from you. But please don't give me that chance because I think we really need her here. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, comments are closed. We were originally going to go in the back to discuss, but Brian Langley and Amy Alcorn-Reed would like us to discuss this out front. Well, the option was to either do it in the back with them there or to do it up here. And so I guess we're just going to have it up here just so we can kind of have a frank discussion. I will say there was 3 of us that wanted to see this executive session on the agenda. According to Brian Langley's contract, section 4, it says the council shall provide a manager with an annual performance evaluation and review each year. Manager is employed by the city as city manager. So just so everybody is aware, we are required to look at his contract every year. It is our job, and it says so in his contract. So that's the reason why we put it on there. And then upon reviewing it, I came up with several questions. I was confused with the amendment, which happened at the 11th hour at the end of July. And very little people were here to speak on it, and it was not, I don't think it was properly noticed in the agenda or on the agenda. So my questions were going to be for the council to kind of pick their brains and figure out their thinking during this process. So we have 3 members that were on council at that time. These questions are going to be geared toward Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, Councilmember McKinney, and Councilmember Harris. And I think all 3 of us have some questions. So my first question is, what was the reasoning for amending the agreement?
Are you referring specifically to a single item?
So the agreement was amended August 1st, 2025. There were very few amendments to it. If you can recall, there was amendment to the salary. There was an amendment to the percentage, which is inconsistent in the contract. It says in the amount of 4%, and in parentheses, it says 6% when it comes to the 401A. And additionally, there was leave benefits that were granted of 32 weeks with unlimited accrued vacation leave. So my question is, his agreement was renewed in April or May, and this was done in July. So my question is, what happened in between those months to spur an amendment?
State legislation. They changed the requirements of what was allowed as far as severance, which would have been a severe detriment to both parties. And it was our attempt to make them whole for what they were promised when they took on the position.
Okay, but what about the unlimited vacation time?
Well, if you accrue vacation time that you don't use, is there a reason to not allow them to accrue it?
Well, they get to cash it out. So my concern is if you get unlimited vacation time, what does that cost what's the benefit to the taxpayer?
That we have them available during the time where they would have been not available while they're out on vacation.
Okay, do you know the cost of the contract if we ever decide not to renew it?
It would depend on whether it was not renewed for cause or not renewed for not cause.
Okay, not cause.
Estimate probably about $500,000.
$500,000. And can you tell me how you came up with that amount?
Just a ballpark number based off of his income, salary, and estimating what the hours accrued probably would come up to be.
Okay, and that varies because he also gets paid for his vacation, which is unlimited, correct?
Well, it's limited by the amount that you can accrue. It's not like you get a bajillion hours every single day.
There is a specific provision in the contract that limits the amount of vacation that can be paid out even upon termination.
Correct, but it also says he can cash out?
He can accrue up to, he will be paid up to the 2,000 hours if he's terminated.
Correct.
That's the amount.
Well, yeah, well, not terminated, I'm just talking about in general.
There's a limit on that too.
Can you tell me that limit? 720 hours, and that's how much you get paid, but can you cash out before? Like, say you have 500 hours right now, can you cash out 200?
If my contract's terminated, is that
No,
the
no, no, no,
question?
just every day. Like if you've been working a lot, you've incurred a lot of unlimited vacation, are you able to cash in your vacation time?
No, that's at termination. Whenever I terminate the contract or the city terminates the contract is also an evergreen contract, so it does not expire unless it's terminated by either party.
Okay, so upon termination, you will get this. So what happens to your vacation that you currently have? Because I'm looking at the paychecks and it says you got like 58. And so my next question was, how does that work? How do we pay you so many? One was 58 paychecks and then the other one was 27? That's Amy's.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, it's the document that you guys gave us. One says checks 31, and the other one says checks 58. And they do have two different amounts. One says 651,000, and then the other one says 440,000.
I don't understand your question. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Okay, well then we'll move on.
Well, if you don't mind, to clarify what it is, because I'm confused as well. What is it that, those numbers that are coming up, if let's say Brian does leave or we don't renew his contract, whatever vacation hours he accrues during that time, if I'm not mistaken, he is allowed to cash out any unused vacation hours from up to the time that his contract ends, correct? Is that how it works?
To a total of 2,000 hours.
Up to 2,000, but
If-
I don't think 2,000 hours of vacation is like, you'd have to be here for like 15 years or something
Well,
like
the
that.
2,000 hours was the banked leave plus the 720, which is the maximum amount you're allowed to accrue under city policy.
Okay,
So the way it would work is if the council involuntarily terminated my contract, I'd be eligible to receive up to the 2,000 hours
Okay.
that you're mentioning.
okay,
If I were to leave on my own, I get the 720 hours for leave. That's based on the city policy that we talked about. So it's two different ways to look at it. There's an involuntary and a voluntary termination.
okay, so there's the involuntary and the voluntary. So there's two different payouts that you would receive, whether you're, I hate to use the word terminated or just, not renewed, but at the same time, if you decide to leave on your own, you have two different payouts on that end according to what the severance is.
Again, both of these contracts are evergreen. They terminate three ways. If we're fired, if we quit, or if we die. Those are the three ways these contracts terminate.
Okay,
Is that the same as not renewing?
There is no renewal.
Okay.
It is evergreen. You can terminate at any time. It may or may not trigger the severance provisions if you do.
Okay, so my concern is, and did you guys seek legal advice when you guys created this amendment?
I'm trying to think, I can't remember if it was or not, Mayor.
Okay, because here,
I didn't feel like it was seek legal advice level.
We did have an
Activity.
attorney from a private law firm come and talk to you guys in the back. You may not remember that.
okay. My concern is House Bill 762, which is called, I guess it can compare it to the golden parachute, isn't so much about money, it's about termination and severance, which is triggered. So for example, if something is triggered by your termination, that is now considered severance. So trying to circumvent the situation is concerning to me. So what they did was they said, you're gonna have 20 weeks of paid vacation that you can keep. And we're gonna give you 32. And if you take 32 plus 20, how many weeks do you have? 52. And the agreement was that you would have a year's salary. So the 52 weeks to me is now the same as a year's salary. So I wanted to understand from the council perspective why they were trying to circumvent the law that is triggered by termination and is focused on severance. When at the end of the day, all this looks to me to be very much the same.
Is that a question? For the
No, that's my concern. So I yield the floor in case anybody else has any questions.
We had no intention of trying to circumvent the law. We were updating his contract appropriately. We have never made any effort to circumvent the law on this council, no matter what some people who are not on the council may think. We were doing an update according to legislation. It was appropriate, nothing to prohibit what we were doing. And we felt as a council that what we did was appropriate.
Okay.
Councilmember Tobias?
Okay, so let me just go ahead and just talk about the elephant in the room. Just come out and say it. Those who are bringing this agenda item, are we trying to say to Brian and Amy that we are wanting to terminate their contract? Are we trying to say you're fired?
There is no request for termination. It's literally just an understanding of getting ready for review time coming up.
Okay.
Originally as May, and then looking at the contracts and looking at the, amendments, and then seeing how the state legislation changed from 12 months to 20 weeks. And now we know, because we weren't here, we had an attorney and executive when you guys discussed it. So is what looks like a circumvention of the law, was that a legal move? Was it allowed by law, or was it something that inadvertently was not allowed to be done? These are questions that we just kind of want to understand, since we weren't part of that. It
Sure.
wasn't on camera for the whole world to be able to
That's-
see and
that's fair to
understand what was
answer, correct?
happening. So no, this is not a request of termination of anyone's contract.
Okay.
Just an understanding of the amendments and the changes and how and why.
Okay, because you can kind of see how this is being perceived, though, being brought up in this kind of setting, as far as whatever the issues. Because I know when you terminate a contract, whether it's a fire, if you're trying to terminate somebody, of course, they'd have to either do something illegal or something that's based without their contract or so forth. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of the agenda item itself, where we stand on this. I know there's a lot of questions that you have, Mayor, because yes, you were not involved with those. I know that you are also involved when we brought him on board and we were having those interviews at the time for city manager. So I just want to just kind of cut to the chase to see where we're at on this. So that way, because we've got a lot of public comment that was coming down this way about these two individuals right here. So I just wanted to get an understanding from you four, because I know you were not here, or three, I'm sorry. You three, as far as the direction on this conversation itself, and what's the overall end goal that we're trying to get when we're talking about their two contracts.
Okay.
So we can just come out and just be fair to them and respect both of them for what they stand for. And because again, when we're starting to talk about people's contracts, people's salaries, on a personal level, you're talking about their daily lives, their livelihood. Okay, you're talking about their livelihood, you're talking about their families, and so it does get concerning. It can get a little concerning on that point. So I just wanted to make sure, respectfully in this conversation, what's the overall end goal? Yes, we are going to have budget season coming up very, very soon. It's going to be a very challenging season. I know, because we've got a lot of issues. We've got a lot of, again, water rates are going to be coming up again on the conversations. But I just wanted to just come out and just be fair to everybody, you three, including them. What is the overall goal of this conversation of where we're going at, so that way we can be on the same page in that way?
Well, we're trying to understand. And
yes.
I need to make very clear and put on the record, I use the exact same language that you guys used to give him a raise. So if it wasn't concerning then why does it concern you now? Also, this is literally the time for us to be looking and reviewing per his contract. Per his contract, we are supposed to be looking at his annual review.
And nobody's arguing that.
Well, then
Nobody's
we have
debating
people
that.
coming up here thinking we're gonna fire Amy and we're gonna fire Brian. And I called Brian and had this conversation so it would not be taken out of context.
Exactly, but this is why we do have these important conversations, like you always preach to a lot of us about being open to the transparency of the people. This is perfect setting for it, what you're doing right now.
I agree, that's why it's on here.
And so that's perfect, and that way we're not behind closed doors, and we're bringing it forward in respect to everybody, so that way everybody's informed of why we're bringing this forward and the overall. And you have every right, Mayor, all three of you have every right to understand why we got to the decision where we were. But I think now moving forward, you kind of see where we're at, and I now respect your questions and your concerns on that. Okay, ma'am?
I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to say I led with, why did you guys vote that way? Like, what changed? And the first thing that was said was the law. The law changed. And when previous Mayor Mitchell came out to take his vote, he said he is going to make whole. And what that means is circumventing a law.
It does not mean that.
Well, if you say the reason why you changed it was state law.
I think that is your interpretation, and that, what he said.
Well,
does not
you
mean
take that plus the adding up the weeks and figuring all that out, to me, that's what it looks like. And so,
Well, if we're talking about what things look like, this looks like you're targeting our staff.
It does.
because I'm
But-
having a conversation out in the open and not behind the back?
No, it looks punitive.
You could have called me at any point and asked these questions. You could have emailed at any point and asked these
It's
questions.
an agenda item for three of us. I cannot have I can't have a
It
fourth
didn't need to
person.
be an agenda item.
But
You're
we all
allowed to
had
ask us
questions.
You're allowed to ask us about prior direction.
I'm allowed to talk to two other members of council, and I had already done that.
You're allowed to ask about prior direction.
I'd love to see that exception in the law where I'm allowed to ask
It's not an
you.
exception. If there's any way that this doesn't look like retribution for having an item put on executive for calling you out, then I don't know what does. You want to talk about what looks like? That's
That-
what it looks like.
Well,
And I'm not
that's-
the only one that thinks so, because
Yeah.
my phone has been blown up all weekend long
Yeah.
with questions about
Mine
this.
Well, they could have called me. They could have called us. We're all available. Aren't you the one that just said, if you want to know, you can contact us?
It was already an item at that point.
All right. Do we have any other? Councilmember Zapata?
So I'm just going to call the BS for what it is. The intention behind everything that y'all have been doing, y'all have been asking for timesheets, payroll stubs, vacation explanations, why some sort of sick leave, was taken here, wasn't taken there, was documented here, wasn't documented here, or was documented here. All of the performance evaluations, adding this to the agenda, creating a hostile work environment for our staff, and not just our executive team, I'm talking about the entire organization. All of that is felt. That is felt by the shenanigans that are being played. And it is not a proper use of the residents' time. It is not a proper use of taxpayer dollars. To me, it's egregious. And it's absolutely ridiculous that you are doing this to our city staff, which has been nothing but welcoming. I know that from my experience, I'm brand new to this. I had no prior relationship to our city staff whatsoever. And I can tell you from the moment that Councilmember Medina and I experienced onboarding, staff has been nothing but responsive, supportive, helpful, and not trying to put their own wants onto what it is that we want as staff. We're constantly asked, what do you want, Councilmember? What do you want? Like, all we want to do is make you happy. We're here to serve you and to serve the residents. So just tell us, give us a direction. And instead of having a conversation that ask these questions, instead of making a phone call to Brian or to Amy or sitting down with the both of them, y'all decided to put this on the agenda when we all know that we have conversations with them all the time to clarify questions. It's that simple. So you cannot sit here and lie to us and tell us that it is not your intent to try to terminate our staff. That it is blatantly obvious to everyone. Why do you think we have members of residents coming up and speaking out about this? And that's because there's going to be a lot more. If you think that's a lot, there's a lot more coming, because this is ridiculous. This is not a circus. This is actual governance. And I understand that you are upset that you do not have all the power that you would like to have, but we are a council of checks and balances. We are not a strong mayor system. And there's just certain things that we're not able to do because that is not what's prescribed to us by law. And so I just think that we would all be doing ourselves a favor if we were just honest, if we were just honest about our motivations and what our goals are. I think they deserve that as human beings because this is their life. And the accusations being thrown around just because you don't like something also doesn't make it illegal. There's a lot of stuff that happens right now that I don't like, and it's not necessarily illegal. And just because it's your perception of that, it doesn't mean that that's founded on you being a accredited attorney. There's a huge difference. There's a huge difference in this. And the accusations that are constantly being thrown around, like the violations, code ethics, whatever, all of that to me is absolutely disgusting. That you would do that to another human being, especially someone whose entire career is in doing this. You can ruin someone's career for their lifetime by throwing around the things that you're throwing around.
Okay, was that for me or was that for everybody?
For all of y'all, but I was also looking at you, so.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Councilmember Goza?
I think it's really important to note that the importance of that House bill was to be fiscally conservative for taxpayer funds. And so the legislature felt that it was on them in order to limit the amount of severance that can be paid when you decide to terminate a city official. And that's important because these contracts are not inexpensive. They are a good dollar amount. And I wonder how many of our residents even knew what was in the contract. So part of this was just kind of getting it on record, what the thought process was, what that conversation looked like. And clearly, so the state's going to limit what we can pay you out in severance, which is effectively changing your contract. So we're just going to go around that, and we're going to give you, 32 weeks of vacation to make sure that that's not a problem. I find that to be very disingenuous, regardless of what the intent was. It effectively circumvents law, and I find that to be problematic for a legislative body to go around what the law says in order to save taxpayer funds.
I would also like to say that this is all being interpreted by people who are not credited attorneys, who are applying their own personal interpretation to fit their own narrative, to fit their campaign messaging of delivering ahead to their voters, to the people that supported them. And this is not being interpreted by someone who is an unbiased legal expert in this. So there may be the appearance, and you may feel that there's an appearance, and that's a valid thing to feel, but it does not mean that it is actually legally founded.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is call a point of order, and the next time somebody makes an accusation, I'm going to call another point of order. You may not get to tell us how we feel, and our rules of council specifically state you cannot make accusations, inferred or otherwise. So don't sit up here, and please don't sit up here and tell us why we're doing something. We all spent a significant amount of time researching and looking. It started off because, as I said before, we are obligated to look at the contract every year. Now, maybe you guys don't want to. Maybe you guys don't care. But that's not everybody sitting up here. Some of us do care. Some of us do want to look at it. There will come a time when Brian Langley retires or doesn't want to stay, or maybe it's just time for a change. I don't know. I want to make sure that the contract that we have is legal.
Can I call for a point of order, Mayor? I don't believe that you're able to call a point of order. That's only for council members to ask of the mayor.
Not
That is
true.
correct. The mayor rules on the points of order.
Yeah, but in the event that it is the mayor, then the council rules.
No, the way that typically this works under rules of procedure is that a mayor would tell somebody that they're out of order and they can't speak, and then somebody else could call a point of order if they disagreed.
Right, so when the mayor does it, then this is what, we just did this, didn't we? I swear we just went through this, and I called the point of order, and then you allowed the council to make the decision.
Correct, but technically what you should say is that you're out of order and you need to stop speaking. You shouldn't actually call a point of order because a point of order is a question.
Okay, then you are out of order then. Thank you for that clarification. So again, we didn't want this to be out here. Us three wanted to be in the back talking to the other council members and having a conversation. I was hoping it wouldn't be longer than 10 or 15 minutes, and yet here it is 45 minutes later. And so apologies to everybody who's had to sit and witness this. This is not a comfortable situation, not for Brian, not for Amy, not for anybody up here. I think it got a little hostile, and I was hoping that it wouldn't been so hostile in the back. I mean, I know when this was originally placed on the agenda, same verbiage, same language. Last year, we certainly didn't have this uproar, and I was hoping we wouldn't have it again this year, but here we
I'd like to think
sit.
that we'd all be the same people up here as we are back there.
We are. It doesn't bother me, yeah. But what I'm just saying is, we can bicker. Like, I'm feeling like, when we're parents and we don't want to argue in front of, the little ones. I don't want Brian to feel like he's not wanted. I wanted to get a good idea of this contract. And I have every single right to do that. All of us do. And we should not be made to feel guilty or to weaponize agenda items to say, hey, you don't like staff. And when I hear things like everyone, I don't know who everyone is, because I have a great relationship with a lot of staff. So when everybody's scared or everyone is terrified or whatever it is that the council members, the verbiage you want to use, it needs to be toned down. Not everybody feels that way. You don't speak for everybody. You don't speak for me. You don't speak for all the staff.
It's a term you use frequently.
It
Mayor.
probably is, and feel free to call me out. I'm okay with that.
I do have a question in regards to
Go ahead.
the agenda item. Amy, will you refresh my memory on the timeline of when the change was brought up and when it took effect? Because
The change to the law did not go into effect until September 1st of 2025. This contract was approved before that.
okay. So to use the word circumvent would be inappropriate.
Well, I watched the video, and Mayor Mitchell came out here and specifically said that you guys are going to do this to make whole because of the law. And you also said it was because of state law.
It was doing the right thing.
Well, if you
He
feel
had a
like,
contract.
well, this has been disputed, okay? So you say it's the right thing. The state says, hey, we want to cap it. So we don't get to make the laws, we just get to follow them. And so that's what I was trying to get at.
And once again, this is all alleged. I just want to make sure that is very clear and on record that it might be your interpretation, but that is merely it. It is merely an interpretation by someone who is not a legal professional.
Yeah, what is it?
So I just want to make that very, very clear.
What are you saying is it? You said it's alleged. What is it alleged?
That it's merely just your unprofessional interpretation that this was meant to circumvent the law. There is nothing right now that says that was illegal or that there was anything illegally done or if that was the actual intention of updating his contract.
Okay, I just want to be clear that that's exactly what Councilmember McKinney said. He said it was because of the law, and Mayor Mitchell in the video said it was to make whole because of the law. So that's not alleged.
Well, let me try to clarify this. My contract had a 12-month severance provision in it. Mayor, you'd voted on that when it came forward back in 2023. The goal was to make sure I still had that 12-month severance provision in my contract. It was arguable that it would be a problem potentially in the future after the law changed of whether or not that would be an issue if I ever received a performance increase or pay increase in the future. So to make that clear, the goal was to go back and look at the contract and to make it absolutely clear that it survives any changes of the law to only still provide me with the same 12-month severance provision that I was promised when I took this position. That was the intent, that was the goal, and that was the reason that we brought in outside counsel to talk to the city council to specifically go through that provision and make sure it was done the right way. And that's what we did. So there was nothing that was done inappropriately. The goal was to do it to make sure I was grandfathered and had the same provision when I took this position. And that was the only purpose of the change.
Understood, but unfortunately, the state thought that payout should have been different. So if not for that law, this would have never happened, is all I'm saying. The state made that choice, not us, not council. That was a state law.
Well, any existing contract was grandfathered before that law. Even after that law passed, any grandfathered contract was still applicable. The options were to rework the contract as we did it today, that you're seeing, or to do a separate severance agreement, which many cities did that with their city managers. And we talked about those options. The council chose to go down this path because it was the simplest option.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I just want to say that this is on par with what is typical for other cities. This is what's to be expected. Nothing illegal was done. It was grandfathered in. And, I'm glad that this conversation was had out front because I don't see our residents as children that we must protect. I believe that they deserve the full response and attention and answers and honesty, honestly, that we are able to give them.
All right, we're going to go back into executive. Let's see. The city council will now go into executive session, discuss agenda items A through D pursuant to Texas government.
A through E?
E. A through E pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.07, 551.072, 551.074. That's it. All right.
It's 551.087.
So the only one I skipped was 551.087. Is that, do we?
No, you need to skip 074, not 087.
Okay, no 074, and we're going to add 087. We are in executive. Okay, welcome, everybody. I'm going to wait just a minute until Laura Lee or Councilmember Harris gets back to start the meeting, but I do want to let you guys know that we are at capacity. And so as we call names for executive or for public comments, if they're not in here, they might be out there. So if you could just bear with us and give us a little bit of patience, I would appreciate that. So regardless of the reason why you guys are here, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for giving us some of your Tuesday nights. Just 1 second, we'll get this meeting started. Thank you.
Do we need to close exec? Okay.
(7/19) is March 3rd, 2026.
We adjourn the.
Oh,
special-
yes. Yeah, well, I got to say that all though. Just the same. All right, yeah, we're going to adjourn our executive session. So that is adjourned. And if you were going to wait just a second to let the tape flip over. All right, the time is 7:20. We're going to call this meeting to order. The time is 7:20, March 3rd, 2026. Can we do a roll call vote?
Flores Kale,
Here.
Tobias,
Present.
Goza,
Here.
Medina,
Present.
Zapata,
Here.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, that is all seven, and we're gonna rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. All right, thank you. Up next, we have agenda item 2, approval of minutes.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to go make approval, motion to approve the minutes for the meeting for February 17th, special meeting, same day, February 17th, 2026, regular meeting minutes.
All right, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second by Harris. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, up next, citizen comment period with City Council. The City Council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of City Council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, and we ask that you observe the 3-minute time limit. I did want to make a statement of fact. We want to clarify that the city is, or that the water rates for Six Creeks and for all the outlining subdivisions outside of the city limits are being heard at the PUC. And that's just a fact. I'm not saying anything else. Just want to let you guys know that it is being worked on. And then I think, also, campaign talk. So the people in the next room can hear us. So if we could just not talk about campaigning, it's a thin wall. And so legally, we're not allowed to have that kind of discussion in here. So now we are moving on. Up next, citizens' comments. And I have, please forgive me if I don't say this right, Tejas Madhaven. Come on up here. Yes, please.
Is this on? Got it? Okay. Hi, guys. First time contributing to this level of democracy, so this is cool. I just wanted to talk about the water rates and kind of a out of the blue raising of said water rates. My wife and I are relatively new to the community, and we loved it. That's why we bought the house here. And we're just trying to get settled in, and it's been difficult economic-wise, but then to slap the level of cost of water kind of makes it quite unbearable for us as a family unit. And we really value family units, and we've made lots of friends in the neighborhood, and we plan to keep it that way. And the way that the dice is rolling with the water, it's difficult to say, but we don't want to move out of the community just to get a better water bill. So, because we love what our community has become, and we want to keep it that way. And it's a little constricting because now we have a little less freedom to live our lives and plan family and whatnot. So that's why I came to speak today, is because there's a real family level to increased water rates. That's the blood that keeps us all moving. And I know that's the emotional component of this, and there's a logical component to this as well. I know there's some different processes that are happening to move the water bill down for the rest of us, but I'm just solemnly asking that consider doing so with whatever logical ways you can, because this is a strong community. I can feel it, and it has a lot of value for me and everyone in it. So I'd like to keep that persisted, and with your help, maybe we can achieve that all together. So figured I'd put my 2 cents in so that we can all live happily. It's in our Constitution. That's what we're trying to do. So I guess that's all I have to say, but do I yield, I guess?
You're good.
I'm not sure
You're
what the
good.
verbiage is.
You have 41 seconds, so whatever you like to do.
Oh, okay. Looking forward to staying and making friends with all y'all. So this will be good. And hopefully we can live a more peaceful, more cost-effective life here with everything we've got going. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Okay, up next, we have Paul Hill. Oh, Paul Hill. I think he's out there.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Hill, and I live here in Kyle and Post Oak. The first reason I'm here is because, and this is something that I've talked about before, Post Oak is sinking into the ground. I today am in the middle of $30,000 of foundation repair to my house. And that was the cheapest estimate we could get where we had any reasonable certainty about good repairs. And even then, that's not to fix the house, that's to stop it from breaking even more. And our roads are also horrible in Post Oak. I really believe in the power of local government to make a positive change in people's lives. And I don't know what the answer is, but I'm hoping somebody does, because things are already really expensive, and that was $30,000 that me and my family don't have, and that we will be paying off until I die. Not literally, but it's a very frustrating situation that, you know, these homes were built 20 years ago and really with no eye to the future of how the ground was going to affect them. And the roads are also awful. So if City Council could do something, if y'all could direct somebody to figure out what the answer is. Again, I don't have them, I don't know who does, but somebody does. And my second thing that I'm here for is we can disagree without being disagreeable. I watched the previous session that y'all had about an hour ago, and I was really disappointed because I, as I said, really believe in the power of local government to make people's lives better. And I want to encourage this council to have a forward-looking perspective to think, what can we do now? How can we make things better? I especially wanted to say that I appreciated Councilmember Medina's decorum whenever there was a question about, you know, what was this? You had a very measured, and I really appreciated your response in the way that you spoke, because we can disagree. We have all said things that we disagree, but you can say it in a way that doesn't invite, 20 minutes of squabbling. And we need y'all to work for us. There are so many things that we need done in this city. We don't need people that are on quest for revenge. We don't need heads on silver platters. What we need is positive progress for this city. It is so freaking expensive to live here, and a lot of us moved here because we thought it would be more affordable. So if y'all could get us on track for that, that would be awesome, and please stop the bickering. It's super disappointing. Thank you.
Okay, up next I have John DeSantis.
Hello, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the water rates, your favorite subject. When I first visited Kyle in 2009, I instantly knew I wanted to live here. The small town feel, the people, the hill country, basically everything. Then in 2022, I was offered a dream job, which I went ahead and accepted, and I moved my family to Kyle, in Anthem, and down the street from close family members, in-laws that we loved. We did it. It was excellent. But now imagine the first shock of realizing that even with a Kyle address, we technically weren't in Kyle. Then imagine seeing a Kyle water tower being built in our neighborhood, Anthem, which our taxes paid for, even though we technically are not part of Kyle. Water security, I thought, no problem. Then imagine my surprise, with a Kyle address, my water bill was increased by 77%. Council members that I couldn't vote for decided it was okay to raise my rates with absolutely no input from those that would be affected. Essentially, this is taxation without representation. I have a family of 5, and our new nightmare is that we live in constant stress over our water usage, even with our conservation efforts. We plan when we can do laundry. We plan physical activities, fitness and exercise around showering schedules so we don't use anything other than the minimal amount of water. We destroy the planet by using paper plates because that's cheaper to buy them than to run our dishwasher. Our yard is dead because we're not gonna water it. So whatever. We hope that when we leave the house, one of our kids or my mother-in-law didn't leave the toilet running, because who knows how much that would cost. The list goes on, but I'll spare you those details. To those that say, what's $100? Well, my daughter's asthma medication that she needs is $100 a month. So now I have to decide, am I gonna pay for the water? Am I gonna pay for my daughter's asthma medication? the irony is that we need both of them for her to live. So that's just like another slap in the face. Everything is just so expensive now, and with the new cost of our water bills, I question if moving to Kyle was even the right decision to make. What are the benefits of living in Kyle now? Because I'm not seeing them on my water bill. I thought I was part of a community, and instead I feel like an estranged family member that was just told of a major life event with no notice before that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Bridget Gothorpe. Bridget Gothorpe.
Yes, my name is Bridget Gothorpe, and I want to say good evening to all the council members. Thank you for giving us this opportunity, and thank you for the update as well that the water issue is going to the PUC. Since I'm already here, and I'll go ahead and let you know what I was going to say. I'm a relatively new resident to Kyle. I arrived here with my family in late 2024. And I came from up north, really close to Hutto, and I was in the Manville Water Co-op near Copeland, Texas. And so I left in 2024. We were paying about $175 for 3 households. We had 8 members in our family. And so there were even times when, we had a house that was on, that didn't have a foundation, so we had some busted pipes, and even with that, if the water was running until we could get back to it, we had a $300 bill. That was a really crazy, outrageous water bill. And so to now have our last water bill, $462, and we're down to 1 household from 3, it's definitely a big strain. And I understand that this is not Manville. I understand this is the city of Kyle is not Manor, but living in Central Texas, really thinking that Kyle was going to be a really great move. It would be wonderful if you guys could help us find a way to make it possible to live here again. Thank you.
All right, up next, I have Anne Sophie Gothorpe.
Thanks to this price increase, half of my paycheck goes to just the water bill. If my household doesn't use a single drop of water, you're still charging us over $100 every single month as a base fee. That's over $100 just to allow our sinks to sit on the counters and look pretty. With a 77% increase, our bills skyrocketed from $180 to $480. It's outrageous that me and my family are being forced to pay $480 for 6 people. Before moving to Kyle, my family lived in Pflugerville with a co-op that charged $120 for 8 people and 3 households. My family and I moved to Kyle 2 years ago and genuinely want to like it here, but this price increase is making living in Waterstone difficult. Shouldn't you want to treat your constituents better? There's one person on this council who had the guts to stand up against this unjust treatment, and that person has my respect and support. The rest of you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Okay, thank you. Up next, we have Don Conley.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Conley, and I volunteer as the Programs and Entertainment Coordinator at Kyle Area Senior Zone. Because I don't know who to go to, I'm coming to you, the council, about a concern I have. Transparency is important and words matter. In a short while, you and the public will be viewing a presentation about the installation of furniture in a new building, agenda item number 5. And while I'm thrilled to witness the progression of this new building, the community is being misled on what the purpose of the building is being used for, because half of a careless placeholder name. What is this name? Kyle Community Center. That's not what the building was primarily focusing for. Wasn't it for the seniors and for the disabled adults? Wasn't it talked about in city council members about getting a place for the seniors? Even council members and campaigns and goodbye letters said, hey, celebrate a senior center. But I've solely seen presentations being brought to this council meeting about this building being referred to as the Kyle Community Center, and I'm frustrated with the lie being fed to the community. I've witnessed community members celebrating that they're going to have a community center, while seniors are confused on what happened to their home. I've witnessed at Parks and Rec Board meetings, board members confused, what is the purpose for this building? In this room now, how many people are going to know that agenda number 5 is not really talking about a true community center? Because when I hear the word community center, I envision a place where activities for all ages are happening all through the day. And while you're gonna go to get a lot of community members upset when they come and see that it's primarily used for the seniors and disabled, they're not getting the full truth. So tonight I'm advocating not for the permanent name of the building. I will soon, trust me, because names and history are important. But right now, I'm just seeking for you to direct whoever is behind the placeholder name to be transparent, to change it. Stop misleading the community and to acknowledge the true purpose of the building. It is a home, firstly focused for seniors and disabled adults. Please change the placeholder name to the Kyle Senior and Community Center. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Betty Conley.
Good evening, Council. My name is Betty Conley. I'm the president of the Kyle Area Senior Zone. I talked to the seniors today. I'm ecstatic. I'm tickled pink. I'm looking through the windows. I'm stopping, and I'm just on cloud 9, and so are they. But I want to thank the council and the community as well for the investment that they so much provided for the seniors to have a senior center in a new home. This senior center will create a space friendly, it's safe for a one-go-stop resource. It will continue to improve and meet the needs of a diverse community. Seniors will be empowered through educational programs and the disabled for health, nutrition, exercise, medical, fitness, technology, and much more, giving seniors a sense of purpose, direction, and balance. It will also create a place of opportunities to contribute and give back to our community. None of this could never happen without your help and all that the community is doing for us. What a beautiful, large senior center and community center that we get to all enjoy. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for our new home.
Up next, I have Holly Wilson, please.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Holly Wilson, and I am certified in native plant landscaping. Using native plants in future projects, protecting existing native plants already in ground, and removing exotic plants, also known as non-native and adapted plants, is the right thing to do. First, cities have traditionally been designed in ways that create costly ecological problems. When we replace native plant landscapes with large areas of pavement and non-native turf, we unintentionally build 3 major issues. First, we amplify the urban heat island effect, which drives up cooling costs, strains our energy systems, and increases heat-related health risks. Second, we increase stormwater runoff. Rain that could have soaked into the ground instead rushes into ditches and creeks. That faster, high-volume flow of water contributes to flooding, stream erosion, and water pollution. It also makes less water soaking into the soil, which reduces groundwater recharge and makes drought impacts worse. Third, we degrade air and water quality. When natural areas are fragmented or unhealthy, we lose some of the everyday benefits that support physical and mental well-being: cleaner air, cooler temperatures, and access to nature, which provides stress relief, improved mood, and better health outcomes. All of these impacts carry a real price tag: repairs after floods, rising maintenance needs, higher irrigation demand, public health strain, and lost quality of life. These problems are not inevitable. The proven approach that cities across the country are using successfully is called ecosystem services, which simply means a practical benefit nature provides for free when we design and manage it well. When we use locally native plants and manage them as healthy habitat in developments and in drainage corridors, facilities, and parks and the streets, we can reduce heat through shade and evapotranspiration, increase infiltration, reduce soil erosion and slow runoff, which reduces flood risk, improve water quality by filtering pollutants, support pollinators and native wildlife, and improve residents' health by providing access to green calming spaces. This approach is not only ecologically sound, it is economically smart. Native landscapes cost less over time. Native plants require no fertilizer, no pesticides, and once established, almost never need to be watered, unlike adapted and other non-native plants. In other words, the City of Kyle can reduce long-term operating costs while improving performance and resilience. This is a practical, solutions-oriented opportunity to protect our infrastructure, reduce risk, improve public health, and be better stewards of our taxpayer dollars, all at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Natalie. I am going to apologize because I feel like I'm going to butcher this name. Avendano? Natalie? I might be saying it wrong. Maybe it's Avendano? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Natalie Avendano. I live in the Crosswinds community. I'm here tonight as a mother of two who has been directly impacted by the 77% ETA water rate increase. In 5 days, I will have been a first-time homeowner for 2 years. Buying my home was one of the proudest accomplishments of my life. I worked hard, I budgeted carefully, and chose a home I could comfortably afford. I felt stable, I felt secure. I felt like I had finally built something solid for my children. But last October, when the 77% rate increase went into effect, that sense of security was overshadowed. My water bill is now over $220 every single month. That's not for anything extravagant. That's for showers for my kids, laundry, dishes, basic living. Water is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Because of this increase, I've had to cut back on groceries and rethink my entire budget. I've had to make choices no parent should have to make, stretching meals, delaying purchases, and constantly recalculating. And I know I'm not alone. There are families across the ETJ quietly carrying the same burden. I was informed that a judge has ruled the protest against the increase was valid. That matters, and confirms that residents like me had legitimate concerns. It confirms that we weren't overreacting. We are standing up for fairness. You now have the 30 days, to my understanding, to correct that the rates or move forward to trial. I'm asking you, please correct them. If the rates are returned to the legally allowed 1.2% above the city rate, it could reduce what we're paying by about 57%. That would bring real relief to families like mine. Real breathing room, real stability. And when you add wastewater costs, the burden becomes even heavier. Please use this 30-day window to do the right thing. Correct the rates, restore fairness, show ETJ residents that we matter too. We are homeowners, we are parents, and we are part of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Grace Soto.
Good evening, my name is Grace Soto. I am a homeowner in the Waterstone subdivision. My husband and I purchased our home in 2024, not knowing that we were not part of the city of Kyle. Our address says city of Kyle. Our rates increase has just burdened our family tremendously. We are a family of 7 on one income. I am a stay-at-home mom. My husband provides for us. So when our water rate increased over $150 a month, now we're having to scale back. We have 5 kids again, so $150 goes a long way for groceries for us. It has just completely changed things for us. We do have to do rebudgeting and restructuring and figure out where we're gonna cut ends from here and there to make the water. We've even started setting time limits for our kids, like get in, wash your hair, wash your body, get out. You know, no extra water, any kind of activities of any sort. So we ask that you please restructure it so that we are no longer part of that 77% increase.
Up next, I have Nicholas Fisher, please. Nicholas Fisher.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nick Fisher, and I'm a resident of the Waterstone community here in Kyle with my wife and our 2 kids. We moved to this community in August of 2024 after finding a house that was reduced in cost by almost $40,000, making payments attainable in an already out-of-control housing market. After a few years of feeling like we may never be homeowners, at least in Hays County, this was a dream come true for my wife and kids. My wife works in the healthcare industry, and I'm in the natural resources field, trying to protect the land that we have left in order to ensure that my kids have clean air and to breathe and clean drinking water by the time that they're grown. Neither of these career paths have provided us with supplemental income, but we get by. We budgeted regularly and sometimes barely make ends meet. With prices going up all around us, raising a regular utility bill by 77% was not something we budgeted for and makes an enormous impact on my family and likely means cuts somewhere else in our budgets, as you've already heard this evening. In order to have water, what should be a basic need to everyone in our community, please consider the impact on the families that call these communities home and the struggles that follow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, I have Stephanie Cruz.
Hello. My name is Stephanie Cruz. My family and I purchased our home in the Waterstone community on September 29th. Just days after closing, our neighborhood was hit with the water rate increase. We were not aware at the time of purchase that our home was not within Kyle city limits and that we were going to be hit with such a significant increase. And had we known, we would have made a very different decision. As new homeowners, we followed our builder's instructions by continuously running our irrigation system to protect our foundation and maintain our warranty. Then our first water bill hit. It was over $600. We were shocked with no explanation in mind, so I immediately drove here to City Hall, hoping there had to be some sort of mistake. I was told there was nothing that could be done, and the increase was mandatory. I drove home in tears, asking myself, what have we gotten ourselves into? My husband and I sat at our kitchen table trying to figure out how we would come up with $600. At the same time, our daughter had just started her freshman year at Texas State, and we were managing tuition and housing expenses as well. Thankfully, we were able to pull together enough money to pay that first bill. But then the question became, how do we continue on this path? Out of a fear of another bill like that, we turned off our irrigation system entirely, despite the risk to our foundation and warranty. We now monitor every single drop we use in our household. Even with those adjustments, our next water bill was $300. With the rising costs of groceries, insurance, property taxes, and everyday essentials, these water bills have pushed us into living paycheck to paycheck. We are completely overwhelmed. My husband and I are fortunate that we're still able to pay our utilities for now. But I think about the elderly, the families on fixed incomes, single parents. How are they absorbing this increase? It's unsustainable. We chose to live in this community believing we're investing in stability and opportunity. Instead, we feel blindsided. At this point, purchasing our home in Waterstone feels like a mistake, and that's heartbreaking to say. I'm here asking for reconsideration, transparency, and a path forward. A 77% increase is not a small adjustment. It's life-altering to many families, including mine. Thanks.
Up next, we have Bob Naus.
Hello, Bob Naus, 278 Coral Gate, Kyle. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I have nothing prepared. I'm going off the cuff. I wasn't going to speak, but I thought I had to. You mentioned that we're in front of the PUC, correct? Why are we in front of the PUC? Because the city of Kyle burdened us with this gigantic 77% increase in water. That's why we're there, correct? No, yes? Well, I would think we all know that. Council had to vote for this increase also, right? It's part of the budget, correct? So I don't know, I haven't found out yet, but I will, who voted for this. And you will never, even though now I can't vote for any of you people, I can't vote for Kyle, but I can vote for county offices, anywhere. I will run a petition against anybody that voted for this up here. I'm not going to talk about affordability. Everybody loves to talk about affordability. Look at these people. I'm lucky. It's me and my wife here. I don't have like 4 kids to support. I don't have things like that I can afford it. But a lot of these people, can you imagine this? Timing their kids' baths. How would you people like to live like that? I know I wouldn't. Thank God my kids are grown. It's ridiculous. People of Kyle, in these mud districts, we all know why these mud districts were created in Texas. We all know why. To take the burden off the builders and the city. We all know that. I came from Allentown, Pennsylvania. I ran a union there. You know what happened in Pennsylvania, most other northern cities? What happens is you're annexed into the city almost immediately. Once those roads are built, it doesn't take it 5-10 years to get annexed. It's ridiculous. So I'm hoping you as council in the future can, and I hope you can come up with some kind of solution. I know it's in front of the PUC, but in the future you're going to be voting on these issues, whether or not you or your replacements. So again, I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak, and hopefully we can come up with a solution. And this is my first opportunity to speak here, but I'm sure there's going to be more because I'm just dissatisfied with a few things in Kyle. But overall, we're glad to be here. We're glad to be in Texas, and I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Up next, I have Kayla Chapa. And then after that, it'll be Elizabeth Shoemaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kayla Chapa, and I live in the Anthem community just outside the city limits. My family uses City of Kyle water services. My husband and I are both Marine Corps veterans. We bought our first home here in March of 2022. Like many young families, it represented stability, hard work, and the beginning of building a future for our family. We intentionally chose Anthem because of its proximity to Kyle. We believed in the city's long-term vision and wanted to be part of a growing community where we could invest our time, our resources, and our future. A few months ago, our water bill increased by 77%. Water is not a luxury, it is a basic necessity. And when something as essential as water increases this dramatically, it affects not just one household, but every family trying to responsibly manage their home and their future. An increase of that size raises real concerns for families trying to responsibly manage their household finances. Since moving here, we have lived under water restrictions. We follow them and are mindful of our usage. Like most families, we try to be responsible with what we consume because no one wants to spend money unnecessarily. At the same time, I live in an HOA community where yard maintenance is required. I take pride in my home, and maintaining our homes and neighborhoods helps protect the value of what many families worked very hard to achieve. What concerns my family most is the bigger picture. Kyle has grown tremendously in just the few years we've been here. Traffic has increased, neighborhoods continue expanding, and it sometimes feels like infrastructure is struggling to keep up with the pace of growth. When residents are facing significant increases in essential utilities while also living under water restrictions, it raises important questions about long-term planning. My husband and I purchased this home as our first step. Our goal was to eventually move into a larger home as our family grows, rent this home out as an asset for our daughters, and continue building long-term stability. We also hope to adopt in the future, which would require a larger home. But increases like this create uncertainty. They affect how people view the future of this community and whether families feel confident continuing to invest here. We chose Anthem because we believed in Kyle's long-term growth and economic development. But with rising costs like this, families like mine begin to question whether we will be able to continue financially supporting that growth in the way we once planned. So my question to the council is this: what is the city's long-term plan to ensure Kyle can support its rapid growth and water demand without continuing to place increasing financial pressure on the residents who already live here? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, I have Elizabeth Shoemaker, and then after that, it'll be Howard Connell.
Good evening, council members. My name is Elizabeth Shoemaker, and I am a resident of the Crosswinds community. My husband and I have built our life in Kyle. We bought our house in Crosswinds. We made it a home. Our daughter goes to school at Pfluger Elementary, and she plays soccer here at HYSA. We got married here, and he has started a business here. Human beings need three things to survive: food, shelter, and water. Unfortunately, due to the 77% water increase, for many people, our basic needs are either not being met or are struggling to be met. I understand that the council does not control the housing market nor the cost of food, but they can control this and have forced families who are already struggling to struggle more. All of this while new developments are popping up everywhere we look. I'm not discouraging development. Construction is the way that my husband and I are able to provide for our family. However, new developments require additional water capacities, treatment upgrades, and infrastructure expansion. As a resident, it feels as though those costs are being shifted to the homeowners and residents when a lot of us do not have the means that these large development companies do. I understand that a growing community will incur additional cost. However, it shouldn't fall on the shoulders of the residents who have expressed their love for this community. A 77% increase about proportional accountability feels unfair and unsustainable. We, the residents, deserve transparency and not subsidizing unchecked expansion. I'm asking the council to repeal this 77% increase and reassess the funding strategy to prioritize transparency and responsible growth planning. We want a thriving city, but thriving should not come at the expense of the people who have built this community. Thank you.
Howard. Up next, I have Howard Connell.
Well, Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing us to speak. Thanks for your time. Really appreciate it. I had a prepared speech about one of the topics tonight, but I'm going to forego that. And I want to share some thoughts with you folks here. I'm sure there's many of you that it's your first time exposed to the City Council. And I've been a resident for 13 years in this community. I have campaigned with some of the council members that are here today. I want you to understand that these decisions that were made that are affecting our lives were made by a prior council. 3 of those people, one being the mayor, are no longer here. Thank God. So we've been blessed by having a new council for a new Kyle. And I'm going to ask all of you to please make it a point. Get on your computers, write your council person, write the city, put it on social media, which I do a lot of, okay? But I also send it to the council members. It doesn't do any good to post and rant and rave on social media because you're wasting your time, okay? You need to contact these folks up here. I can assure you that as a collective group, these people are very concerned for you because they have a Kyle of mind that they want to give you back. They are public servants. They are, for the most part, not politicians. And I feel that politicians, they're working for themselves, so I hate that word. But these are hard-working, dedicated council people. Councilman Tobias has been here, I don't know, forever. And I consider him the adult in the room. I wish a lot of folks would use him as a mentor. I'm sorry. But anyhow, I just want to say that I'm glad you're all here. It's unfortunate these circumstances are what they are, but it's a blessing in disguise. We're going to make some lemonade out of lemons here, folks. These people are working for you. The PUC is a necessary part of the process that has to be done to negate some of the material that was used by the prior council to raise the rates. I understand there's bad information, and the PUC is involved to hear both sides of the issue and bring it back to the council here, and no doubt in my mind how they're going to vote. They are here because they love you. I love them because they love our city, and God bless you all. I just help them out, support them, show up.
Thank you. Up next, I have Jeanette Alo. Apologies if I said that wrong.
It's Alejo, but thank you. Council members, I had a whole speech prepared, but everybody's pretty much saying the same thing, talking about the 77% water increase, needing transparency, cutting down on costs, but there's one thing that nobody's really touched base on, and to me, this is the foundation of my life. I so appreciate you starting off this meeting with saying the Pledge of Allegiance, specifically the part where you said, one nation under God. So just wanted to read this part to you. As a Christian, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't bring this up. In 1 Chronicles chapter 21, King David made a grave mistake in sinning against God. He allowed his pride to drive him to take a census of the people of Israel. In biblical times, to do so was to establish ownership, and Israel's was God's people, not King David's. As a result, 70,000 men fell. This increase has staked a sense of ownership over our finances, which is a major essential aspect to our living. Now, I don't know about everyone else here, but I know I speak for me and my family of 5 when I say we consider ourselves belonging to God. If nothing else, that's worth considering. This increase is not scaring us away, because at the end of the day, our faith and our trust is in God, and He's our ultimate provider. But my heart breaks for the people that do suffer a lot of it, and there has been cutbacks that I've made in my family for it. So my main goal right now is just trusting in God, and I don't know where you guys stand, but you made us open up with the Pledge of Allegiance, and that gives me hope that you have the same train of thought I do. Just do the right thing for everybody here.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Wilmary Ditas. And correct me. Feel free to correct me. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's Peters.
Peters, okay.
Good evening. My name is Wilmary. My husband and I moved to Kyle in October of last year, right before the water increase hit us. Prior to moving here, our water bill was $60. $60 every month. It was very predictable, it was steady, and it was affordable. When choosing to move to Kyle, we budgeted very carefully. While we expected normal increases over time, not from one month to the next, we did not expect it to jump 77%. As many of you know, moving is very expensive, from deposits, closing costs, and all the little things that tend to add up. While many things in life are optional, water is not. Water is, simply put, a necessity. While we can budget many other aspects of our expenses, there's still a basic amount of water that everybody needs in order to survive. This abrupt increase has forced my husband and I to rethink our finances. We've even had to put off starting a family because we are worried about how adding a child on top of all of these other rising costs within this economy will affect our ability to provide. It's not an easy decision to make as a married couple. I am also a public health nurse, and I work directly with low-income families every day. I see with my own two eyes how this increase has affected families and created unnecessary stress. From seniors on fixed incomes, those who rely on disabilities, and families just trying to make it to the next day. A 77% increase is not only inconvenient, but is also very overwhelming. I completely understand that the city of Kyle has responsibilities and costs to cover, just like our families. When changes are of this magnitude, there needs to be clear communication and a gradual increase. This needs to be done in a fair and just manner. Council members, you guys were elected by the citizens of the city to be our voice and represent us, to make thoughtful decisions on our behalf. We are asking you to hear our pleas, to hear the people who trusted you with that responsibility and reconsider how these increases are handled. Once again, my husband and I moved to Kyle because we believed it was a good place to build our future and raise a family. We're begging you to help keep it that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, I have Diane Katami.
I want to thank the council for taking time to listen to all of us. I'm here with my mom, who we moved from Michigan recently to come to Kyle in this area. Her water bill at that time was for 3 months, much less than even our initial bill when we first moved here. Now to have the increase on our fixed Social Security budget, we are struggling. And again, the other people of Kyle may say, well, that's a you problem, but we're a community. And if our homes lose value because no one wants to move into our district or our neighborhood because they can't afford the outrageous water bills, it becomes all of our problem, because then there's the foreclosures, then there is no property taxes being paid. So I understand everybody wants to say, I don't want to take that on, but we are a full community. And at times we raise young children and we do our part there. Other times we have children in school and we do our part. And now as seniors, now we're asking that you please consider how difficult it is for us to continue to stay in your area. We came here because we wanted to be part of a family and a community. So please, if you could help others to understand that we are all one connected unit, and what hurts some of us will hurt all of us. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Okay, up next I have Angela Reyes.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Angela Reyes Kitten, along with my husband David. We are one of the newer homeowners of Crosswinds community here in Kyle. I'm here to speak, of course, about the 77% water increase and how it's having a real impact on families like ours in the subdivision. Since this rate hike went into effect, our water bill has more than doubled on average. Even though we're using less water each month, it's obviously still increasing. We've made conservation a priority since my husband works for the City of Austin Water Utility and the IT department, and he is very avidly, like timing showers. We've reduced our indoor usage, and we've not irrigated our lawn embarrassingly since September of 2025 when we moved in. Despite those efforts, our bills continue to climb to levels that we feel are unreasonable and unsustainable. Given that our income has not increased by 77%, we find the increase exorbitant. With the bill already this high, we can't even imagine what it looks like when we do turn on the irrigation, even at minimum schedule once a week, every other week. Simply to give us grass, trees, and shrubs a chance to survive in this Texas inclement weather, as well as remain compliant with the HOA standards. As homeowners, we're being placed in an impossible situation: either pay extraordinarily high utility bills or risk damaging our property and violating expected community requirements and regulations. My spouse and I are also soon to be parents. Like many families planning, we are carefully budgeting for other rising living costs: housing, insurance, groceries, childcare, and all the expenses that come with welcoming a child. And an honest, fair, predictable utility bill would go a long way helping families plan responsibly. And instead, this rate increase adds financial strain at a time when stability matters the most. This rate hike will have everlasting consequences for the entire community. When watering comes with a large price tag, residents are going to stop irrigating altogether. Lawns, trees, landscaping will be deteriorated. The appearance and the desirability of our neighborhood will decline. Property values will suffer. Prospective buyers will think twice or walk away entirely when they see the size of these utility bills. I can say honestly that we would not have chosen this neighborhood had we known that the rates were going to increase this high. We understand that infrastructure must be maintained and the utilities have real costs. We're not asking for something unreasonable. We're just asking for fairness, transparency, and a rate structure that does not punish responsible conservation or place families under financial strain. In addition, we've met several of our neighbors in the community, and we've discussed with them. There's families of 4, and their bill is similar to ours, and it's just the 2 of us. So with that being said, I would like for the city to also consider reimbursing us. Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh, is that it? Yep. Oh, no. Yep, that's it. Okay, well, thank you for your time. We just really hope that you guys consider something more attainable for the entire community. I'm kind of blown away how we're so new to the area and everybody is just coming together for this, but thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Jason Vanek. Justin, sorry.
Hi, Mayor and council members. I want to say I'm glad that everybody's not at home using their water right now. Thank you guys, everybody, for coming. I think this was probably one of the best turnouts you guys have seen. Is that accurate? Okay. So, again, my name's Justin Vanek. I live in Crosswinds. In September, around 500 Crosswind residents alone signed petitions expressing concern about these rate increases. In November, when legal action was required, 350 residents signed again. Many of them are here tonight. So I know Crosswinds hasn't really been at these, but today we're here in full force. Okay, so when ETJ residents opened their first bills reflecting that October 1st rate change and actually saw that 77% increase, they just paused. Like before when we were getting the signatures and doing that, it's like, what is this? What is this? Sure, we want to do it. And then they saw it and it was like, oh my gosh, this is real. 77% of anything is massive, you know, right? So that magnitude became extremely real. Basically, it's just way too huge. It's too substantial all at once. It's forcing these families to replan and rebudget overnight. I mean, some of these, I was like almost crying sitting here just now because I know some of these people, but I don't know their story. I don't even have that good of a story. I just want to bring these people to get heard. And I also, like, I have kids too. It's not been easy, but like I know that there's other stories that are not mine that are not handling this well, okay? So when something of this size takes effect, residents expect that it was adopted within a framework that governs outside city rates And obviously, since then, serious questions have been raised about whether that framework was properly applied. If this increase exceeds the limits intended to prevent disproportionate shifts in burden, it should not stand. It sounds like, I mean, he said that it was going to change. It looks like maybe it will, but we can't just assume. So we're here. We showed up. We're not with, our kids. We're not using the water, like I said, and we're doing this tonight. So we're just asking this new group, some are new, some have been here a while, right, as he pointed out, to formally review the adopted rate structure. I know you guys spoke at like 5:30, don't know the complete outcome of those things, but confirm that it complies with the governing code and correct it if it does not. So this isn't just about a bill. Obviously, you heard these stories, it's really, really affecting people. It's really about whether residents can rely on stable, predictable governance. And how this is handled will determine whether that confidence is strengthened or weakened. So I thank you guys, and I say bring back the cap.
Okay, up next we have Gina Graylis.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Gina Graylis. My husband and I bought a home in Anthem a year and a half ago. We love the little city of Kyle, and it's just charming. However, it's spreading very quickly into a no longer charming area. I fail to understand how, with water being such a luxury, the building continues, the apartments, the houses. A moratorium would be good on future building for not only homes and apartments, but corporations. I don't see how we're going to get out of this mess. A lot of people have said things already that I have been thinking, so I won't bother you with that. But I would like to ask, if I may, how many of you, council members and mayor, received the same 77% increase that we all here did? Or are you in the other Kyle? Oh, you're in the other Kyle, the Kyle that got, what, 20%? And again, I'm baffled by the 20 versus 77. I live in Kyle. I have a water tower in my backyard. Why don't we have any water? And it also might help for me to say that I'm from Seattle, Washington, where we have plenty of water. Yes, your gas prices are cheaper by far, but I don't need gas. I need water. And as a senior, I enjoy the opportunity to bathe daily and to have clean clothes as well. I always took that as my right. I was stunned when I saw a 77% increase. I assumed I would be getting a letter later on saying, oops, we made a mistake, it's really 7%. But I haven't gotten that letter yet. So I'm encouraging all of you to help us and the folks here raising families. That's our future. Our children are our future. They need to have access to what will help them to develop and grow. And they don't need to have this pall hanging over them. Jump in the shower, 2 minutes, get out. That's not how you raise children, but that's how they've been forced to be raised. And we will not get away with it. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. And I apologize for the coughing. Up next, I have Jennifer Goss.
I didn't start yet. Good evening, my name is Jennifer Goss. I live in the Anthem neighborhood, and I am here on behalf of my family. It is my husband, my one-year-old daughter this month, and also several residents of my community. I want to start by thanking you for the update, and I also have since learned, since attending this, that some of you might not have been involved in the decision that was made, and I want you to take our story seriously, because now that you have an opportunity to make a change, I want you to listen to what we have to say. Make no mistake, we support growth. As you've heard, several of us have chosen this community because we believed in the future of this community. We were sold to the idea that Kyle was charming and that it's going to grow. We want it to grow. These are our investments, some of our lifelong investments, some first-time homeowners, some divorcees who are trying to start their lives again and build a new home. Many of us, as I mentioned, myself included, are parents. We care about conserving water as well. Don't be mistaken about that. We are not asking to avoid responsibility. We are asking for fairness. We are hardworking families, now directly feeling the impact of water bill increases in the hundreds of dollars. I'm not from this area either. How was I supposed to know that this is what I was moving to? On top of this, as we all know, inflation is at an all-time high. Moms stretching meals for their children, that should make you sick. The city claims ETJ customers use more waters than those inside city limits. Where did this data come from? Did you consider that these neighborhoods aren't done being built and it takes water to build our communities? We want them to be built out. Many of us can't sell our homes for at least a few years because we just bought them, and if we did, we'd be underwater. We're competing against builders who can offer lower interest rates, and now word is getting out that our water bills are insane. Realtors share water bills with potential buyers. That word is getting out, and your decisions are directly impacting our ability to move, even if we wanted to. I heard that you wanted to hear the sad stories. You're hearing them. Your policies are impacting my baby, toddlers, kids on their way to college, working single moms, trying to make ends meet, retirees on fixed income. Some I learned are seniors who can't move. They're physically disabled. Families who worked hard, saved responsibly, some that don't come from family wealth, and built homes here in good faith. We are already making sacrifices. You've heard them. To make matters worse, as I mentioned, some of us are stuck, unable to move, and will be in that position for some time unless you make a change to help us. Every month, the bleeding continues. Comes out of daily and future cost savings for our children. Family activities that have a positive benefit on the community. This is a result of poor city management, and you need to stop the bleeding. And don't forget about us when you make this policy change and you make future changes. We will show up.
Okay, up next, I have Vic Allen.
Mayor and Council, I wanted to take a brief stroll down memory lane. The Six Creeks Blanco River Ranch contract was negotiated and approved on May 16, 2017, signed by Mayor Todd Webster. The agreement detailed the city's commitment to the developer and the residents' water wastewater rates in city rates. About 2 years later, city manager Sellers and Travis Mitchell had a private meeting to discuss possible city annexation with the Six Creeks developer, as they felt it would be a nice place for future council members to reside. However, at that time, the subdivision's home site development was fully underway, homes priced, sold under contract, and splitting an existing development into pieces would be insane. It would have been a nightmare for the developer to decide that the first sections of Six Creeks were built and taxed differently, even though they shared the very same water mains, storage treatment facilities as their neighbors. I suspect that perhaps even Mitchell wanted to live in Six Creeks at one time, but his lofty aspirations and city residency requirements prohibited that from being a possibility. Six Creeks shares the very same water main that now serves the Toll Brothers development. Being fully over 2 miles long, a new 16-inch main was installed at the request of the city with no questions, and it was specifically upgraded at the city's request at a cost of over $3 million, and the developer voluntarily did that and upgraded, which was then paid by the PID bonds of the Six Creeks residents. I think there will be a challenge to convince the Utility Commission that the cost of servicing Six Creeks is higher than Toll Brothers when Six Creeks paid for their water infrastructure and provided the city with an additional $25 million of infrastructure, storage tanks, and pump stations. Section 12.10 of the developer agreement, good faith. Each party agrees, notwithstanding any provision herein to the contrary, it will not unreasonably withhold and unduly delay any consent, approval, decision, determination, or any other action required or permitted under the terms of this agreement. It is being agreed and understood that each party has and will act in good faith and will at all times deal fairly with the other party. Has the city acted in good faith? You can only answer that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Up next, I have Jack Parrott.
I'm Jack Parrott. I live in Six Creeks. Almost died from internal laughter a while ago when Mr. Langley and Miss Reed were discussing their contracts as if they're written in stone. Apparently, they don't know that the city of Kyle picks and chooses which contracts they honor. Example, Six Creeks Development Agreement. Enough on that. I want to state again what the city is doing to the OCL is illegal. The city can only legally charge 20% over in city rates. That's what the law says. Budget can't overrule the law, the ordinance. You know, I've been blessed, and you know, I retired early, moved to Kyle, and I can pay the water bills, but I have neighbors that can't. I have a neighbor that walked away from her house 2 weeks ago. Couldn't make it with all the other stuff that's going on. Another thing I want to know is, what has the sales tax revenue done in Kyle since this water rate went into effect? Because what you people are doing is you're taking disposable income away from the families. That's money they don't have to spend at HEB. That's money they don't have to spend at the restaurants. So I would almost bet that the sales tax revenues in Kyle are down since this water rate went into effect. Can you guys check on that? Another thing is, I recommended the city council get their own outside attorney to counsel them outside of the city attorney and city manager, so you guys can get truthful interpretations of the law. And also, I requested the explanation of what the $700 million in CIP on the rate study is to pay for. And I haven't received anything. I don't know if I can, but I would like to. Also, I would like to see the information that the city provided Riftalis to do their gerrymandered rate study. That rate study isn't worth the paper it's written on. Thank you.
Okay, up next, I have Kushi Patel. All right, up next, I have Stephanie McDonald.
Good evening, members of council. Citizens of Austin woke up as evidenced by the election results of Proposition Q last fall. Citizens were tired of paying high taxes. Now the city of Austin will conduct regular independent audits. I'll be sending information about that to each council member. In November, at our local election, a lot of citizens woke up. Citizens are tired of the way city business has been conducted and want change. We now have 4 new council members seated on this side of the room up to the mayor. Positive changes have been made. I began speaking about our water crisis in spring of 2024. At a water meeting then, I was told we were not in a water crisis, even while we were facing $2,000 fines if breaking severe restrictions, such as watering our car, washing our car, etc. Now look at where we are. For those of you that may not know, Councilmember Tobias, sitting on the right, hosted a town hall regarding the water issue. He hosted that at his own expense. He voted alone against this past year's budget because of the ETJ water rate increase. His conscience would not allow him to vote for it. We have 4 new members of council that were not in office for that vote, but Councilmember Harris and Councilmember McKinney were here and voted for that increase. I sincerely hope they realize what a grave mistake they made. How could this city think that once the rate increased, there would be no pushback? This increase is outrageous. Mayor and council, you have a crisis in front of you because of the many poor decisions made over the past several years. A water crisis, overdeveloping, lagging infrastructure, lack of transparency and accountability, which were huge, overspending on items the city did not need. You have a tough job ahead of you. There are many pressing issues, many fires to put out. We all want to move forward, but at times that entails tough conversations and decisions and means accountability and transparency, or we'll face more of the same. This is why citizen comments are so long, because of those decisions that were made. Decisions have been made by the council with city staff feeding you the information they want you to see so that when the vote's taken, they see the results they're chasing. You're not being given the full picture on your agenda items. It's sad to say you must do more than your homework of reading the backup material given to you for your meetings. You must also do your own investigating and ask the right questions. You may even have to table an item if you need to independently fact check or verify. Make informed decisions. At the last meeting, Councilmember Tobias explained how he prepares for your meetings. I hope each of you heed his advice. It will prevent you from having such excessively extensive meetings. Discussion of agenda items are expected, but they will be curtailed if you follow his example. I echo Don's thoughts on the senior center. It's not a community center. There was a bait and switch made. Please honor our seniors with the senior center that has been promised to them for so many years. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Linda Sherman, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the work our new mayor and some council members are doing. There is much to be corrected in Kyle if it is to be a city people want to live in. Right now, there are many who regret their choice and many more who are turning away. The word is spreading about the overspending on this city's part and the water issue. People are going elsewhere to live. It has come to my attention that the city is using revenue from the water department to fund all of the excessive expenditures it has taken on. They are overcharging city residents with a ridiculous 20%. It isn't needed for water. The totally ridiculous 77% they are imposing on outside city limit residents is criminal. For Six Creeks residents, where I live, they are not honoring a contract with the developer to charge city rates. Six Creeks residents have paid the infrastructure costs already in the amount of about $25 million. The city is ignoring that fact and did not even include it on their balance sheet and in their fraudulent rate study, which the city paid Raftellus handsomely for. Now the city is paying a law firm handsomely to fight Six Creeks and other TJ Communities because we filed a petition with the PUCT objecting to this outrage. To our neighbors who are city residents, they are overspending again with money you pay in taxes on a law firm because they will not honor a water rate stipulated in a contract with Six Creeks. You have overspent in many areas. Start with the extremely expensive roundabouts. How about that one? Stop them. They cost over 10 times what a regular intersection costs. You might need some, but you don't need that many. From what I have seen, there are city officials who are culprits in this excessive spending that are worse than others. One was the former Mayor Mitchell. The city manager, Brian Langley, seems to also have fantasies about what he wants to do, but the residents who pay for this are overwhelmed and overextended already. Stop this madness. This issue must be debated by the council. If there is conflict about it, then excellent. Perhaps something will get done. Something must be done, and soon. There are many who are distressed. My water bill when I was in Austin was rarely over $50. I don't use excessive water. The base rate you have established is thievery. Council members, you do have a say in these matters. You were elected to fix this. Let's make Kyle a place where people want to live.
Thank you. Up next, I have Roger Bauer.
Mayor, council members, Roger Bauer from Six Creeks. I bought Visual Aid. The premium that I'm being charged for my water, this is what I'm getting. You did open my eyes to the fact that my water usage was more than it should have been, and I started looking into it, and my water softener had to work overtime because of the hardness level of what you're sending to my house. Everybody's pretty much covered everything else. I had something written down, but I forgot it. I just want to say, if you would annex Six Creeks, then I would at least have an opportunity to participate in the civic duty of being able to vote on what the city of Cal is doing to us. And bureaucracy is way out of control in this country. I'm proud of it. I'm glad we have it, but it definitely needs to have controls. And right now, 77% is way too high. 20% is way too high. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good evening.
All right, up next, I have Teresa Compton, please. Teresa Compton. Okay. All right, up next, I have Terry Ann Hastings, please. Terry Ann Hastings. All right, those are all the forms I have. Would anybody else like to speak before we close citizens' comments? All right, come on up. You can speak whatever you like. I will.
Hi.
Hi. And will you complete a form and then just write your name, whatever, before you leave?
Yes, I sure will.
And
Thank
state your
you.
name for the record.
Okay, so I live in Spring Branch. I've been there 30 years. Saw a lot of changes. My concern is one of them, well, there's two of them actually. The lighting in my neighborhood. It seems like everybody has a spotlight towards the street. Some of them are pointed at my house or other homes, or some of them will go on, and it's blinding. In Austin, they have a thing called the Dark Sky Initiative. You've heard of it, and I'd like to suggest that for our homes. There's like across behind me, it's Silverado, There's even a house way down at the end of the block, and I went and looked at the street name. One of their backyard lights is like 5 houses down. I walk out of my back door and it blinds me. And just think what it's doing to our migratory birds and me, and these people all up and down my block have these colored lights too. Blue, red, green. I don't know why, but I know that's not healthy, especially the blue. They all have an effect on our systems and plants, you know that. So I was hoping that someday soon we could initiate the Dark Sky Initiative and eliminate all these colorful lights so that nature can have peace, and the birds and people like me that get headaches from bright lights in their face will have some, relief from that. Do I have one more minute?
You have a minute and 12 seconds.
Okay. It's concerning the sewer system in Spring Branch. It started getting really bad. I'm thinking about a year ago with the perfume. I'm not sure if it was quite a year ago, but it was very, very perfumey. And I called the wastewater people, and they said it's something that they're putting in the water to control the odor, because we've got this, they said the lifting stations put it out. And it's so overpowering. It really makes me sick. One time I went in and threw up. It's not good, especially for women. I think there's something very toxic in it. I was told it was odor ban, but I'm not sure. I called Mr. Bristol. Is he here? He's with the wastewater department. I called him to ask him what they're using. He said, I don't know what they're using. Now, he's the manager. He's the director, or whatever his title is. He's the head of the wastewater treatment. He should know. And that upsets me. Is that me? Okay, I'm chemically sensitive, and I'm sure there are others too. Thank you. Good job.
All right, would anybody else like to come up and speak before we close? Come on up. Please state your name for the record, and then if you can, fill out a form when you're done.
My name is Raymond Rubio. I live in Anthem. Many have spoken this evening about the water rates and whatnot. Many have said and talked about single home families or single family homes or single owners, single parents, all the struggles that they have. It almost sounds as it was a bait and switch type of situation with the water. That's kind of what it sounds like. And that's kind of illegal when it comes to cars. But when people bought their homes, they were told a certain rate. Actually, I was told I lived in Kyle, but come to find out it's OCL. And you even have a label for it on top of that, OCL. So we're not able to vote, we're not able to say anything, but we're able to pay 75% more because we're OCL, okay? That's not right. This is my water sample from my faucet. And this is what I'm paying 75% higher for. I wouldn't give this to my dog to drink. I don't know if this is another Aaron Brockovich situation. I don't know if this is another Flint, Michigan situation, but this is not right. For the 75% I'm paying extra, as well as Six Creeks, Anthem, and some of these other communities, I want to see a water report every quarter. I want to see how quality of a water you're giving me for the 75% that I'm paying more. I expect a water report. I should be able to expect. I may not be able to vote for you. I may not be able to vote you in or out of office, but I tell you what, I want to see that water report every quarter. What's in it? And I don't mean by your water lab. I want it tested by a real lab, because that 75% that you're charging all of us pays for that, as well as the brochure that goes out every quarter. Many of them have little babies, bottles, mixing water with their food. Cullen Elementary is half a block from me. Are they getting this same kind of water? Are they getting this same kind of water? Are you getting this same kind of water? Okay. Now I realize that, if I'm not mistaken, 4 of you are new to the board. Thank you for serving. And I realize that there are others who are from a previous board. And there was a gentleman who sat there and spoke that all of you are for us. All of you are here because you want to serve us. Well, once again, being from OCL, I don't feel that. I can't vote for you. I don't have a say. So you're not for me. You're probably only for city proper. That's who you're for. So he's wrong in that.
All right, we are going to, do we have someone else that would like to speak? Okay, I'm going to close citizens' comments. But before we go on, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break, if that's okay. The time is 8:47. Why don't we just make it 9 o'clock? We'll round it up. All right, thank you. The time is 9:03, and we are back in session. We are going to, does anybody want to change the agenda order? You bet. What agenda item is that? That is number 14? Okay. You just tell me you had to wait for 1 second, okay? All right, so we'll put that under, can we do that under proclamations? Yes. Okay. All right, so up next, we are going to do proclamations. Number 3, a proclamation recognizing Youth Earth Month. Item presenter, Claudia Zapata.
All right. So this was requested. We have City of Kyle City Council proclamation. Whereas our education plays a critical role in the intellectual, social, and emotional development of children and contributes to academic success and lifelong learnings. And whereas Youth Art Month is observed annually to recognize the importance of visual arts education and to highlight the creativity and accomplishments of young artists in schools and communities across the nation. And whereas students within Hayes Consolidated Independent School District participate in visual arts programs that foster imagination, self-expression, collaboration, and critical thinking skills. And whereas the City of Kyle values the contributions of Hayes CISD art educators, students, schools, and families who support creative expression and strengthen the cultural fabric of the community. And whereas celebrating youth art enriches our community, strengthens civic pride, and reflects the City of Kyle's commitment to education, culture, and quality of life. Now, therefore, I, Claudia Zapata, Councilmember District 3 of the City of Kyle, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 as Youth Art Month. And there's a little bit more to say. Okay, so Youth Art Month in the City of Kyle, and encourage residents to recognize and celebrate the creativity and artistic achievements of students in Hayes CISD, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Kyle to be affixed on this 3rd day of March, 2026. And that is it. And so I know we have someone here to speak on it. And I guess while you're walking up, I'll just say a little bit about why I wanted to speak on this. Art is a huge part of my life. My mom always wanted to be an author growing up, so she inspired us to do creative writing. And then I got involved in theater, so I was in musical theater for 4 years in high school. So I absolutely adore one-act play, especially. That's one of my biggest passions. And I think it allowed me to grow socially, learn about a lot of the art history that accompanies it. And it also, I think, allowed me to be able to express myself in a safe manner. And I grew a lot from it. So I'm very, very appreciative of the work that Hayes CISD does. And now you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. My name is Patty Moreno, and I'm the Director of Fine Arts for Hayes CISD. This proclamation was submitted by one of our art teachers, Erin Barnett, took it upon herself to submit that, so I'd like to give her credit for doing that. She teaches art at Camino Real. And I did have some art teachers here with me today, but the meeting went a little long, so they do have to go home and wake up early and be nice and cheerful for the children in the morning. So I told them to go ahead and go home, but I would be glad to stay and be, for the proclamation. So thank you so much for the proclamation. March is an important month for fine arts. Visual art, it's art month for art, but it's also the same thing for dance, theater, and music. So it's a big month for art, and we do appreciate your support. With Hayes, we do believe that 100%, we make it 100% possible, and we always feel that fine arts is a big part of that.
Of course. And would you like a photo?
Sure.
Can I ask a few questions first?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, because I love art. But what were the teachers' names that came?
So we had Erin Barnett from Camino Real, and then we had Jason Luce from Barton Middle School.
Okay, so is Fuentes Elementary still an art school?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's not designated
Art
a
program.
special program, but they have very strong music and art teachers there.
Okay,
Yes.
because my kids both attended Fuentes,
Mhm.
and they open enrolled due to the art program. And art is so much more than just drawing, right? It's like
Right.
my kids were doing yoga, and finding ways to calm themselves down. It's amazing. I love everything about art. Music is my go-to. When I get upset or when I just need to clear my head, I put on my headphones and I lock out, is what my daughter says, lock out. So thank you for bringing this. Thank you for Councilmember Zapata for sponsoring this. Is there anybody else that has anything else to say?
Real quick, is the school in Camino Real, there was a teacher named Nilda Nava?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember the portrait that was up there with those wild horses up there that was at the school? I think one time it was painted or given by an artist named Sky Caroselli.
Okay.
I went to elementary school with her. She is a well-renowned artist, sculptor around the country, and she actually goes overseas and makes paintings and stuff like that. So that's a big accomplishment for her, and art is a very important piece in people's lives. And I know Hayes students are great artists. I don't know if anybody ever goes out to Lehman High School or Hayes or Johnson or even some of the middle school and seeing some of their art projects that they have whenever they have it on display. We have some remarkable, talented kids in this community. So I thank you, Councilmember Zapata, for bringing that forward and recognizing how important it is for these kids to express themselves.
I taught with Neil Denava many years at Tom
Yes,
Green. So
yes,
yes.
great.
All right, anybody else? Okay, if not, we're going to take a picture.
All right.
All right, up next, we are going to pull agenda item 14 up. If you give me a second, I'll read that. That is receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding a presentation from Emergency Service District 9 on leadership and operations. Item presenter, Jeff Barnett. Oh, that's not Barnett. Captain Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Pedro Hernandez, and I serve as the Assistant Chief of Police for the Kyle Police Department. On April 1st, ESD 9 will begin providing emergency medical services to the city of Kyle. In preparation to begin their operation, they have prepared a presentation for you all tonight. With us tonight from ESD 9 are Brandon Hill, the EMS Chief, Rick Miracle, the Clinical Chief, and Diane Herval, Board President. I am now happy to turn over the presentation to Chief Hill.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to come out and speak tonight. I'm going to basically just give you an overview of kind of where we've come from over the last 4 or 5 months and kind of where we're going over the next 6 months. So that plan and rollout, the current status, where our trucks are, kind of what our program looks like in the future, and then what our disaster response looks like as well. So our service area, as you're familiar or might be familiar with, it does include the city of Kyle. We go down around the city of San Marcos to the west side, and then we have a part of the south end of the county as well. So over the course of the next 5 months, we will be transitioning from San Marcos Hays County EMS to the ESD 9 EMS system, and that'll include 5 trucks in that service area, 4 of which will be in the Kyle area, and 1 will be down in the South Hays area. Right now, we have 7 administrative staff hired and in place, and we have just started onboarding 9 of our field staff. We have 6 field training officer and lieutenants, and 3 battalion chiefs that actually started yesterday. So they are starting that 4-week onboarding process, so they are ready to provide service starting April 1st. Our first truck on April 1st will be here at Station 21 in Kyle. Our second truck will come online May 1st. That's going to be Medic 23. Third truck on June 1st at Medic 24. Our 4th truck, last one in Kyle, will be at Medic 22. And then our 5th truck, August 1st, will be down in that South Hays area. So current status, we have applied for our Department of State Health Services provider license. That was approved and given to us back in January. We are working continuously on our protocols. We do have a current copy that has been approved by our Assistant Medical Director. The goal is to provide the best care that we can provide for the citizens of Kyle and ESD 9. So there will be a little bit of a change from the current provider to provide better medical coverage and continuity of care with the hospital systems. We are awaiting our delivery of our units. There was a little bit of a snafu with our ambulance builder. So the ambulances are built, but then there was a safety recall on our trucks. So legally, they cannot release those trucks from the dealer until that safety recall is taken care of. So we should have 2 trucks by the end of next week, and then the remaining 5 by the end of the month. So a lot of that is dependent on supply of those recalled parts. So we will definitely have a couple units in place for April 1st, so that should not delay any kind of service. As I mentioned, we have an onboarding class and orientation that did begin yesterday. The first Monday of every month for the next 5 months, we will have another onboarding class that comes in to prepare them for the following month going into service. So we are constantly receiving our medical supplies, equipment, stuff like that, getting that in place and ready to go and to be stocked on those ambulances as we receive them. All of our units are going to operate at the MICU level. So our goal is to have a dual paramedic system. That's going to take a little bit of time, but we will have at least one paramedic on every truck. Challenges with that include finding good quality paramedics. We have made a vow to ourselves that we're not willing to sacrifice quantity for quality. So we want to make sure that we have the best providers in the service area. That might require us to hire very good EMTs and then train them up to the paramedic level, get them through school, and then acquire that dual paramedic system over the next couple of years. Our medical director is going to be the same that is in place right now for the Kyle area. Catherine Remick is the medical director for San Marcos Hays County, and she is going to continue to be our medical director for ESD 9. So we have a little bit of continuity there. As mentioned before, Clinical Chief Rick Miracle, he is going to be coordinating our clinical department. He also oversees the CE classes and for our fire departments and all of our department medics. We have a clinical captain, Phil Barquer. We have acquired him from Austin Travis County. He's fantastic, very well educated. He's going to help Rick with a lot of the CE courses. All of the classes that we are providing is going to be open for the Kyle Fire Department as well as Kyle PD. So any of that medical training that they need, we're more than welcome to have them in that class to train them up as well. As I mentioned, the protocols are going to have a little bit of a new look. Dr. Remick is approving everything. We are going to have some stronger medicine. We got new cardiac monitors. We are advancing our airway medicine by putting a ventilator, mechanical ventilators on every truck. So that's a little bit different than what service is currently provided. We are also in the process of securing pre-hospital whole blood. That contract has been executed, and our goal is to have that on our ambulances April 1st. We would be the second agency in Hays County to have pre-hospital whole blood for the residents. So very big accomplishment, and that, a lot of credit goes to Rick and his team on the clinical side to get that done. We have some pretty good relationships with the local hospitals, and we're looking forward to building those partnerships as well. That's just a sample of what our protocols will look like. And then last but not least, our disaster response. So while we are committed 100% to serving the Hays County area and the Kyle area, we do want to be assets to the state as well. So any kind of disaster that happens, we want to be able to provide some resources for them. With that being said, we will never fall below minimum staffing and capabilities here in the area. But if we are able to, we definitely want to assist the region and the state. That's all I have. I want to try to make this quick and short and sweet. So do you guys have any questions for me? Yes,
Councilmember Harris.
So how does this differ from the medical services that we're receiving right now?
Yeah, so we obviously want to make sure that we are providing better care than what is out there. That's just one of the things that we're or one of our goals that we're set out to do. The other thing is we're able to bring this in-house. We're able to be a little more fiscally responsible with the money. We have a little bit of control over what's going on. Hopefully we'll have a better presence than what's currently there as well.
Yeah, I ask that because the people that I have that are friends of mine who have had to call EMS in the last 18 months or so have been very dissatisfied with their care. Okay. And I'm looking forward to having better staff or better trained staff on the trucks.
We are definitely looking at improving whatever is there. I can tell you that I am not from the area. I've never worked in Hays County, and a lot of our team so far has come from outside agencies. So we are definitely looking at advancing as much as we can. We don't believe in the status quo. Let's advance the medicine. Let's work with our hospital partners and our medical director, and let's look at the research and the evidence that's out there and provide the care that's based on that.
All right, Councilmember Tobias.
Real quick, I wonder if a lot of it has to come down with the overall mission goal, the vision of what you're accomplishing, because you're saying you want to be able to get qualified EMTs, right?
Yes, sir.
And to go by what Dr. Harris is saying, you know, the quality of care may not be up to par. So I wonder if a lot of it could be the motivation behind it, not so much the compassion, but as far as the training and the cultural diversity that happens when you deal with an elderly or you're dealing with somebody of a different language that needs medical attention or a child or so forth. Have you also looked at reaching out to the school districts to see about implementing some kind of programs there to start not so much recruiting at that age, but just to give the interest? Because I think a lot of it starts planting the seeds of first responders and public servants start at kind of at that level.
Yeah, obviously, we're still very early on.
Yeah.
We're still in the infancy stages. We actually did a presentation. Chief Miracle went to the IDEA Public School about 3 weeks ago and did a presentation to those students about what EMS is and how to get involved with that and kind of what that looks like. So we're definitely open to ideas like that. We will be reaching out to some school districts. We want to be a part of the community. We know we're going to live here. We're have 4 stations in Kyle, right? I mean, we're not just going to be the outside people coming in. We want to embed ourselves here and do everything that we can to be a part of this.
Sure, I think Johnson, maybe Lehman and Hayes have like a nursing program or something like that, certification, and it could be just something that maybe your group could reach out to on that end as far as getting not so much nurses but EMTs in different areas.
Yeah, we'd love to have those contacts and make those connections.
Councilmember Harris.
I assume you'll be working with ACC's program, EMT program?
We will, yes. We have a couple contacts up there, and we have actually already started recruiting through ACC.
Great.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a great program.
All right, any questions? All right, well, I do. I just want to just briefly, could you, for those that don't quite understand what the ESD is?
Yes, ma'am.
Because most cities have, they're all like kind of combined,
Yep.
but we are not. So would you mind just giving a brief description for those watching at home or in the audience that may not understand?
So I will tell you that an ESD is new to me as of 6 months ago as well. So I came from a city and a municipality, so that's the model I was used to as well. So I'm going to speak on this, and if I start to kind of go off course,
She'll let you know.
Diane can kind of step in. She has a lot more experience with the ESD than I do. So the ESD is an emergency service district, and here in Kyle it's actually overlaid. So there is ESD 5 is the Kyle Fire Department. So they are a tax subsidiary. And they provide only fire service. And then we have an overlay for EMS, and that's ESD 9. So we are also tax subsidied, but we are only providing EMS service. So while the city of Kyle provides the police support, and now you have an overlay of the ESD 5 for fire and overlay of ESD 9 for EMS. So it does keep things separate, but the pots of money, the tax money that's coming in is used solely to fund that operation. So ESD 5 taxes for fire suppression and fire rescue operations, while ESD 9 taxes for EMS operations.
Okay, is there anything you'd like to add, Ms. Harbaugh?
Just so y'all know, we're trying to bring the administrative building to Kyle and move it from San Marcos. So we're looking for land at a reduced rate because we are capped. So anything you guys can do to help us, we'd greatly appreciate it. We'd already talked to the city manager. So we'd like to see that move to Kyle. Kyle's our biggest portion of the district. Like he said, we cover Mountain City, Needwall, Kyle, the county part of Uland, and pockets in San Marcos. So Kyle is the largest part, so we want to move here. Rent's cheaper in San Marcos right now. So we're being economically concerned about our finances, so we are looking for land.
How much land?
2 to 4 acres.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You hear that, everybody out there?
So I'm putting it out there.
Yeah, teamwork. All right.
But if you guys have any questions of what an ESD is, do you want to tell them about April 11th?
I was going to say that. So I'd like to just close this out. So because we want to make this a big deal, right? I mean, we plan on having Kyle as our home for the foreseeable future. April 1st, we start our operations at Station 21, as I said. So April 11th, in conjunction with the market days with the city, I have talked to Chief Taylor over at Kyle Fire, and we are going to do a big celebration, kind of a kickoff event at the fire station. So there'll be a big open house. We have the blood bank coming in to do blood donations. Seton Hayes Hospital is coming over to help provide some snacks and some goodies from the hospital. We are also going to do a ceremonial badge pinning and swearing in for our personnel as well. So we're going to try to make that a big deal, and we invite everybody to come out and see us and tour the station and meet your medics. So,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
All right, we're gonna move on to the consent. Thank you for that presentation. Okay, we have consent items 4 through 13. Is there any that anybody would like to pull?
I'd like to pull agenda item number 8.
8. All right, I would like to pull 5 and 13. So I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda items 4, 6, 7, and then 9 to 12.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by me, seconded by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 7-0. All right, I'm gonna pull up, I just have a quick question about agenda item 5.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Lopez, Director of Parks and Recreation. Be happy to answer any questions regarding agenda item number 5.
All right, my first question is, the Omnia Partners Cooperative, I know we buy a lot of things from the co-op. Are they supposed to be, like, how does that look? Is there a resolution to bring it? Is there, like, to accept this in the co-op? How does that work?
Not to speak too much to the procurement side of things, but those are contracted prices and discounts through the co-op.
So the co-ops, and there's a lot of them that are out there, they bid different products and services, and then through an interlocal agreement, the cities are able to utilize those bidding processes that were used by the cooperatives, and that's how we were able to obtain the pricing out of that particular procurement. So it meets all procurement statutes, and I'm getting backup help now as it's coming in the room. But it meets all procurement statutes, but you'll see a lot of different types of co-ops that are out there, buy boards, Omnia, those are very large ones. They bid a lot of different things. We were able to, in many cases, leverage some of their pricing power because they are bidding large amounts of items.
Okay, so we don't use any, like once we do the procurement, there's not a list that comes to us and that you guys suggest and that we approve? That's not, like, I guess what the procurement?
This has already been bid by the co-op. So that's the idea. The pricing's already out there.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious about how we pick the co-ops. Like, does the council approve that at any point?
Yes.
Yes, you do with resolutions. That's correct.
That's, okay, that was my question. So this one had a resolution on it?
Yes, a previous membership. The memberships are typically in perpetuity. Either partner has to choose to terminate the agreement, so they don't regularly have to come back, just to keep things easy for everyone.
All right. That's all I got for that part. My other concern is going to be, was addressed earlier, about the placeholder name, which has been Kyle Community Center. And this should not be political. This should just be, hey, what do we want? You know, in the future, we don't want to confuse anybody. So can we just call it the community? Can we think of a more? It used to be like Daisy Lane, right? 1500 Daisy Lane or whatever it is. Is there something that we can do until we get a name for this building to not cause confusion in the future?
Well, I think that's not really posted for this item, but we can bring back, if the council would like, we can bring back a discussion to talk about what you'd like to call the building. We do have a naming policy that we've been looking at, so we could bring that back and you could discuss that.
Yeah, if you could bring all that back, that would be fantastic.
Is that
Well,
the-
then, if it hasn't been talked about, then why are they calling it Kyle Community Center?
That was the name that was given to us by the council. That was when we went through that process. That was a very specific conversation that this body had with different members. But so this is some months ago. I don't recall exactly when we went through that, but that was the name that was provided.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 5.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by myself, seconded by.
I had a question.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I know that there was some contention with the seniors because the purpose of this building was primarily for them on whether the furniture was actually going to be a good fit for the use of seniors, meaning that they're able to get in and out of the chairs without assistance. So has that been discussed and ironed out before the procurement of these items is finalized?
Yes, Councilmember, that has. We even had what we called a chair rodeo where they got to try different fixtures. And so everything we selected was based on ability to easily get in and out of things and also the durability for the day-to-day usage of the facility.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because I had a similar concern in terms of like the chairs being able to lock, so that way they don't move as people are standing up and whatnot. And so I just want to make sure that that's, but
Yes.
if you had a chair rodeo, then I assume it
We've got
was-
some great input
okay.
from our seniors on that.
And I had a conversation with them this afternoon about that, and they're very happy with the furnishings that have been chosen.
All right, perfect. Let's get them furnished.
Yeah.
So we have a motion on the floor, seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passes 7-0. Up next, we have agenda item 8, pulled by Councilmember Sabata.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer.
Hi. And then I don't know if you want to run through the whole presentation. I just had some specific questions that I had in mind. So I guess it would be up to you if you wanted to run through the whole presentation.
It doesn't matter to me. We can do it
Okay.
either way.
Then I guess, does anyone on council want the whole presentation or? Okay, then, okay, I'll just jump to my questions.
Slate the day, yes.
So some of my concerns have to deal with the matrix that we are going to utilize in the matrix scoring for our drainage master plan. I know that this is about updating the study, but if you look in the 2018 drainage master plan, there is a ranking criteria matrix for drainage projects, which lists 17 total subcategories to evaluate priority of drainage projects. And I have some concerns that we are writing a contract that tells this firm to utilize that same outdated matrix in order to reevaluate and reprioritize our drainage projects right now, our CIP projects. And I think that before we even do that, I want council to be able to update that ranking criteria because there's a lot of, from what I've read from our drainage master plan, it lacks a lot of information regarding like social vulnerability and housing stability impacts, historic underdevelopment, equity and service delivery, public health exposure, climate resilience. A lot of the subcategories are just very, very basic. And I think in order for us to fairly reprioritize our drainage projects, things like areas that have been historically underfunded need to be taken into consideration. And places that, potentially even taken into consideration, like FEMA's social vulnerability index into consideration, I think would also be helpful. And these are things that are lacking in this matrix. So before we write this contract and expect this engineering firm to use that to reprioritize, I would like the chance for council to update that.
Let me give you a little bit of history on how this was all set up. In 2017, we hired Half & Associates to do the study for us. Paul Morales was on that team for Half & Associates. Fortunately, he's now with HDR, who's we're proposing to do the new study. When we were presented the matrix, they presented us a matrix initially. We looked at it and we said, no, this is not enough. So a team of 4 of us, there was 4 of us involved, they're still here with the city, Kathy Raker, Joanne Garcia, myself, and Kushav Nawali, our floodplain administrator. We all got together. We had several meetings, numerous meetings, to try to get this to where we thought we felt comfortable with this particular matrix. As you'll notice, we identified those 5 areas: public safety, how many houses are in the 100-year floodplain, how many people, have anybody been washed off a low water crossing, things like that. That was safety. The economic cost, what is it going to cost us? If we have to work with Union Pacific to put a crossing underneath there, we know that's going to be very expensive. So do we really want to go that way on that particular project? We also looked at the environment. What about the water quality? Will it affect that? Impacting the environmental, we looked at that also. We wanted to make sure that was measured in there. And we also looked at the timing. How long is this going to take? If we have to work with one of these other agencies, do we want to work on it for 2, 3, 4, 5 years? We don't want to do that. So that was a big factor in how we used the matrix. The last one we used was social. We did use social. We looked at the element of comprehensive of the plan. We made sure that was involved. And then we also looked at the impact on the neighborhoods. So those are the things that we looked at. But if that's something we need to do, then by all means, that's what we need to do.
Okay, because I feel like this is a good base,
Yes.
but I think that there is a lot of room for improvement, so where we can get more specific, because I feel uncomfortable with the idea that it seems that we're favoring looking more at economic impacts versus the actual social impacts and residential impacts that we have on our neighborhoods. Because I just want to make sure that as we're prioritizing our drainage master plan CIP projects, that we are making sure that we're doing so in a way that is equitable and in a way that is fair to residents, especially in areas that have not had any CIP updates for an extended period of time, and for individuals who have been here for quite a while and haven't seen the necessary improvements that they need. So, I mean, like I said, think it's a good basis, but I think that there is a significant room for some growth on there. So like I said, before we push out this contract, I would like council to be able to update that matrix.
Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation Public Works. Councilmember, I think what we can do is work with the consultant to maybe look at some other cities and their drainage criteria, and maybe we can see what some of those ideas are. I know what you're talking about, sustainability and resiliency criteria, social criteria, equity criteria. So we could build that into what the consultant is doing to look at some other cities, benchmark cities, and see what those criteria look like, and maybe we can put together some recommendations on what that matrix update could look like for council.
Okay, I think that would be great, and if we could have that okayed before they do the reprioritization of the projects, I think that would give me more peace of mind, knowing that we are using an updated matrix approved by council in order to reprioritize our drainage master plan projects.
Is the matrix in here? Can we get that pulled up?
It's in the 2018. It's in the.
It's in the drainage master plan.
Yeah, in the drainage master plan. 2018 drainage master plan.
That's a long, long time ago. Okay.
Yes.
Copy of it. Here's the deal. Even if you had a copy of it, I would say I don't know how relevant it is, because there has been a tremendous amount of growth between 2018 and 2019. I'm not going to vote for this if it's not updated. I mean, there's just so much. If you go across the street, Greg Clark Park, there is awful drainage over there. There's drainage as you come into Feeder Road going north from the. I mean, I guess what's the harm in that? I mean, it's going to be a little bit delayed. I understand that. My theory is you could do it right, or you could do it right now, but you can't do both. So I would prefer to do it right and update that matrix. I wonder what our population was back then. Probably half of what it is now.
40,000 probably.
How long would it take to get that done? And do we need to bring that back as a separate agenda item?
If I could just add a few comments. The first drainage study identified 29 drainage projects, and the cost was around $19 million. At that point in time, we also asked them to look at projects outside the city limits, so we included the ETJ. So about 6 of those projects were not in the city limits. With this current study, we're not including those projects that are outside of the ETJ, since we're trying to focus on what's inside the city. Right now, we have about 17 projects that we're looking at. Some of them are already under design, or we're starting to look at design some of those. So we have about 5 in the task order that we've got. We've added about 5 more. I've been in constant contact with the Public Works Department and asked them, okay, guys, have we had any other flooding problems? Now, it hasn't rained a whole lot, so we can't really identify.
We're about to find out.
We're about to find out. But we did identify 2 more places that we're looking at, and one of them is being taken care of by the road bond project. The other one is a local flooding that we've gotten reports on about 2 or 3 months ago. So we've asked, do we have every project that involves flooding or drainage issues in our master plan? The answer has always been yes. We do have everything identified. And of course, it's throughout the city. It's just not in one west side or east side. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So.
Okay, yeah. And then,
but the matrix could be updated if we need to do that.
And there's probably a couple ways we can handle it. One is we could, if you approve the contract tonight, we could work with the consultant to see what that scope looks like. If we need to do an addendum for the contract, we can bring that back to you. Or we can just bring this item back, work with the consultant, work up the scope, include it, and then bring that back.
Okay, Councilmember Goza?
I'm concerned that so many of these red areas, which I'm assuming are the areas that are going to be addressed primarily by this, are on the west side. I know for a fact that residents in Quail Ridge have been complaining for years about the amount of water that stacks up and does not drain off. And every time that they brought that up, it's like, we don't have the money for that. They've got a new neighborhood that's going in next to them. That's going to cause even more water to run off because you've got impervious cover on there. So I think that's an area that definitely needs to be looked at. Just because they're on the east side, I hate to see them kind of just left out of everything.
Councilmember, Quail Ridge is being addressed with that new drainage project that's working. It's that new road that's going to be going in. That area is going to be taken care of as far as the massive amount of water that's going through there.
Okay.
What they're going to be left with on Quail Ridge is the what I call local flooding. The pipes that are there in the driveways are too small. They can't handle just the local small flooding that comes through there. But the big bulk of the water is going to be going on that new road, by that new road, so that'll be taken care of. So there is, we have in our plan to look at that later. I think we have it in our 10-year plan to address that issue with Quail Ridge. I also understand there's a TERS project that may be scheduled for the Quail Ridge area coming up in the future. So their issues will be resolved eventually, yes.
Okay. Any other concerns? Councilmember Harris.
I do want us to consider the areas that are not yet developed, that I understand in the city limits that would be fine, but I visited with a property owner whose property is near Blanco. And I'm really concerned about the drainage in the new developments over there, that they've sent all of the drainage through town instead of back to the Blanco where Six Creeks originally flowed to, instead of into the Kyle and into Plum Creek. This particular developer was very aware of that, and all of his designs include drainage to the Blanco rather than through the city. But I would really like to make sure that those developments get included in the study.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. If I just might add, especially when we're also reconstructing these streets in the new neighborhoods, was reached out by a resident in Steeplechase, ironically, that I think after they repaved a lot of their roads in the past years or so, now when it does rain, she had noticed that her front yard, or like right up the street, gets not so much flooded, but it has standing still water for days. And so I'm wondering if a lot of it has to do with when we repave some of these roads, we make the improvements, we raise them up higher, we make them better. But I'm wondering if it also affects the drainage whenever we do have the runoff or any kind of rain that happens. And it's very, very difficult, I can understand, trying to do one of these studies when you're right, we don't get any rain. We haven't had rain in, several weeks now or whatever, and it's not that downpour. So I can understand that part there. So, Mayor, do you feel comfortable if we should just get a little bit more information before we sign off on this?
I would like to update the matrix.
Councilmember Goza, do you feel comfortable with the same thing? Just getting a little bit more? Because this is a very, I know we need to be able to update our plan, and it's from the 2018, but like I said, we've been very scarce on rain, and we have had new developments. We have increased our population, and we have made improvements on our streets to where there are upgraded. It's just a matter of how well do we know if they're draining well? Should we look into it a little bit further? Do y'all feel comfortable with that?
Well, I mean, I was going to suggest, as the person that pulled this item, if possible, if we could go forward with approving the contract, but amending the part of the contract under task 3, where it says that they will reprioritize using the current matrix. If we could just add something in there that says that they will also review and update the matrix. And if before that reprioritization list is finalized, if that matrix could just come back to council, even just like as a report or discussion, so that we can provide feedback on it, if that would be okay with everyone.
That'd be okay with me?
Yep.
Do you want to make that
Yeah,
a motion?
make that into a
Okay.
motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a combination of
so-
approving, but also what each one
Understood.
of us is requesting or asking for.
Well, overall, it's an update to the matrix.
Yes.
So I would like to make a motion to consider the approval of task order with HDR Engineering, Inc. for the update of the 2018 Drainage Master Plan for a total contract amount of $120,600 with amendments to the contract taking into consideration updating the matrix prior to the finalization of the prioritization of our drainage master plan projects.
Question?
Well, we got a second.
And
first.
bringing back a report.
Second.
Okay, second. We have a motion by Councilmember Zapata and seconded by Councilmember Harris.
So if we add all that in, the cost may be significantly higher?
I'm not thinking it should be that significant.
Okay.
Okay, I need to make sure that staff understands exactly what it is that we're asking of you.
We do.
Okay,
I think we
all right.
totally understand, and we'll
was a lot of-
certainly bring that back to you as the plan comes forward. And if there's any kind of significant amendment on the cost, we'll bring it to your attention as well, but I don't think it'll be significant either.
Okay.
All right, you got that?
All right.
All right, so we got to vote on that.
All right, we got a second?
Motion
Yeah.
by Zapata, seconded by Harris. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, up next, we have agenda item 13. And I'm probably going to be the lone wolf on this, and that's okay. So I am pulling this because we were told that it kind of mimics the San Marcos building that they have that was built in 2021. And so we did a little bit of research. And the San Marcos one is a public-private partnership. It cost $38 million in 2021. So now I think it would be a little bit more. And overall, I would just like a better idea of what council wants to prioritize for this headquarter or this building before we move forward. Any?
I think we made that clear, what we're wanting to include in it. A feasibility study would simply say what's feasible for that.
Yeah, I guess, again, I don't know what that's gonna look like. And that's okay, like, if you guys are comfortable voting, moving forward, I don't know, like, I don't know if I want, gas pumps, I don't know if I want crews, I don't know how much all that's gonna cost, I'm trying to be realistic, right? Like, I use this example 3 times this week, I just bought a new car. I could have bought a brand new $75,000 truck, which would have been nice and fun and pretty, and it'd give me everything I needed, right? But what I did is I bought something that was half of that gave me the same thing that I needed. And so my goal always, as I sit up here, is to make the decisions as if it was my own money. And so what I want to know what we can ask for or what it's going to look like, where it can get what you guys need, but maybe not have all the bells and whistles. I'm not necessarily on board with the gas pumps, and that's where I sit.
Well, I think that's what the feasibility study
If
will
I,
tell us.
if I could, I know Mike's probably going to address this too. I think the conversation we had at the last meeting was how much space, how much acreage do you need for these kinds of assets? And how could you use the existing land that we have, this new purchase, or the water and wastewater site? How could you use all those assets together based on some of the expansion plans that we had and just future growth? So the goal of this item is to come back and give you concepts of how those different spaces could be used. Certainly, we're not asking you to consider approving a fueling center or maintenance facility tonight. That's not really what the purpose of this would be. It's really a space utilization study and looking at the growth of the city over time and how all of those areas could be used. So the goal would be to come back, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's April 16th. We would come back to the council and provide a presentation to say, here's the ways that this could be used. Here's how the land could be used that we have, new purchases, plus our existing water and wastewater site, what that looks like over time with these different facilities that we're talking about. And then at that point, do you want to proceed with a land purchase? Do you want to close on that transaction? And then start looking at a capital program to build these out over time. So that's kind of where this is today. I think that was the direction of the council, was let's do some of this land planning. Let's have an open house with the public out at Public Works, show them what we're doing, and then come back with all that information. But this is the work that we need to do to come back to answer, I think, the very good questions that you had about how those spaces can be used. But it does cost money, and this was designed to be a professional feasibility study, so you could see that.
Okay, so this is gonna be like the whole kit and caboodle? Like, where it's gonna show, and then we can just take things out?
Concepts.
That's kind of what I'm hoping.
Concepts.
Like, yes,
I
we
just
can
want
do
to be
the
clear,
whole-
they're not design drawings, they're not construction drawings for these, but just designs of how you could use it. We'll be looking at all the facilities I just mentioned, but in addition to that, what do we need for water and wastewater out at the current water or wastewater site? What's needed over time? We go into the 12 MGD. What's needed eventually for IDP or IPR or DPR? Where would those facilities be? And then how much land is left with all the floodplain? How much is really available with all the other things that we're doing and the growth? So that's the goal of the study.
Okay, so when you guys bring it back, is it gonna be, can you guys do it to where for like, we don't want this, we'll know how much?
I think
Like-
we can give you the acreage of each one of those about what kind
Okay.
of size that you're going to have, and that way you can see it. That'd be the goal, Mike.
No, you pretty much answered all that. So, but we do have Randall Scott here with us today, who is the CEO of Randall Scott Architect. But so our goal is to take what the directions you guys gave us at the last council meeting. So we've had meetings with Randall Scott. They gave us their proposal on how they'll try to get you that information, and we picked the 3 sites. We picked the site adjacent to the correctional facility, which is a 26-acre site. We've also are looking at Public Works site like you had requested, and then also we're going to overlay and show you what it looks like at the wastewater treatment plant on available land or the land that's currently available to us out there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do the architect is going to do a feasibility study. We've already started working with him on several different things as far as spatial needs for each particular site, but we need to get them under contract to get them moving full steam ahead on this project.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 13.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, passes 7-0.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, thank you for that clarification. All right, up next, we have reports and presentations. We've already had 14, so we'll start to number 15. Receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding a proposed mixed-use development project. Is it Philo?
Philo.
yes.
Mayor, if
Okay.
I could, can I make a request that
Sure.
we consider items 16 and 17? We do have an outside attorney here who's being
You bet.
paid. If you don't mind taking
All
those items up
right.
first. Sorry.
All right, we're
Jason.
going to come back to agenda item 15. Right now, we have consider impossible action. You want me to, I got to read them separately. Okay, agenda item 16, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a public utility easement over a 375 square foot parcel of land as described in Exhibit A to the resolution from a certain real property owned by Olga G. Reyes for the public use and purpose of construction of utility improvements for the Center Street Off-System Road Project. This will require a roll call vote. Go ahead,
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amber Smites, Deputy City Manager. We have 2 PCNs on the agenda for you tonight, so I will go through the complete presentation for the first one and then be brief for the second one. In 2022 of November, the voters approved Proposition A, a road bond project for 8 transportation projects across Kyle for a total of 10.3 miles of new location, reconstruction, and widening projects to improve the city's transportation network. This project will improve Center Street from Old Stagecoach Road to Veterans Drive. Here are the project improvements. It's the existing 3-lane section will be improved by widening the center lane to enhance operations. Additional improvements include a roundabout at Center Street and Old Stagecoach Road, sidewalk and vibe trail through the project limits, and roadway illumination and drainage infrastructure. And this project is meant to reduce traffic congestion and enhance safety. In January 2024, the alignment and design features were approved by the council. In September 24, the task order was approved for Pape Dawson to complete final design. The current status, bless you, is in bid phase. In spring of 2026, we anticipate project award. The construction duration will last 860 calendar days. Estimated completion time is summer of 2028. This is for parcel 88UE. To acquire easements needed for the utilities, a survey was completed and an appraisal was performed on the needed tract. Property interests include a public utility easement of 375 square feet, shown in yellow on the picture. Improvements within the easement include utility infrastructure. The public convenience and necessity, if I can talk, refers to the council determining whether the city's acquisition of an interest in a specific piece of real property, such as an easement or fee simple title, is necessary to effectuate a particular public use for the public's convenience and necessity. In this situation, the PCN finds that the Center Street off-system project is necessary and required to promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the community, and the acquisition of the identified property is required to complete the project. When the property owner and the city are unable to reach a negotiated agreement, the PCN authorizes the city to initiate eminent domain proceedings if necessary to acquire the needed property. And so we ask that you approve a resolution finding public convenience and necessity for the use of eminent domain here. We recommend approval.
All right, thank you. Questions? Councilmember Harris.
As Councilmember Zapata has said several times, this is one of our older homes with a historic family that owns it. They've lived there a long, long time. They have concerns related to the utilities, damaging the trees, the mature, very mature trees, very big trees that are on their property. I think we need to be able to assure them that we will protect those trees, that the utility companies will not be allowed to cut the roots, that they will keep the utilities away from that before we start work on this property.
Yes, ma'am. I believe we have been working with the engineer to determine whether or not that would impact I think they have a large pecan tree on the property.
They have a
We've been
couple of
working.
big trees.
Yes, we've been working with them to ensure tree protection. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that was for the Vide Trail, but also for the utilities.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, can we see a picture of that map, please?
Sure.
And what utility was this for?
PEC.
It's an
Yeah,
electric?
PEC.
Are we just burying lines? Is that what we're doing? Like, what are
I
we doing?
believe right there, is it a pedestal that they want to place there? So yes, we're burying the lines, but then they also have a pedestal too that comes up out of the ground for local service.
Okay, can you explain this picture to me a little bit? Like, I see red lines, I see blue lines, I see Cisneros Street and Center Street. So where, the parcel 88UE is under 5581, right?
Correct. It's indicated in yellow on this picture. The blue is outlining the total entire property owned by Ms. Reyes, I believe. The red section and those are to indicate the right-of-way that is going through there. So we need additional utility easement off of the right-of-way there, if that makes sense.
Is this for beautification? Like, what was the reason for burying the lines?
For burying the lines?
Yeah.
That's been the approach for the entire.
I just want to make sure.
Right,
Yeah,
and
that's why
any
I
new
asked.
development that comes into the city of Kyle is required to bury the overhead
It's
lines.
also for
Yes.
reliability. The lines being underground, you don't have as many interruptions of service.
What happens if the service is interrupted? They got to go bury it and pick it up?
Right, you have to, yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I'm just asking questions. Just asking, I want to get a clear picture of what we're about to vote on because we are, like she said, this is, and then what is the plan to preserve those trees?
We would require tree protection as well.
What does that
and-
look like?
And make sure they don't cut the roots. I'm not privy to all the details of what goes into tree protection, but we will require that.
Okay, do we have somebody
I
here?
understood there was boring that was going to be done to bury those lines. The homeowner's concern is that in the future, if there is something that they need to come in and address, then it is a utility easement and they have the right to dig. So it's being able to protect that into perpetuity as long as those trees exist. And that was part of the homeowner's concerns.
Okay, so, and this, but to make it clear, this is an extension, right? Like, you said you did not need this before, and then you guys do need it? Like, why is this now being asked?
Well, I believe that PEC comes back with their plans. We draw the plans and then they approve them. And so they review at, when their timelines dictate. So they have come back to us and have identified additional easements that they've needed. I don't know if this one in particular is a new one. There may be confusion. There is also another property on Center Street that we have been working with in relation to a specimen tree on their property as well. And the boring issue we have addressed there, we're working through. So it might be some confusion between this parcel and another parcel.
And that tree also is going to be able to be preserved as well. And I don't remember the address, but I know, I think you're right, Amber. I think there's been some confusion about a couple of different properties. So there may be some project blend on some of these.
Kind of the same issues though on both of those properties.
Yes, that's right.
So I'm not too concerned about the boring or the reliability of the lines once they're underground. They're much more reliable than if they're overhead and poles in the yard and PUC is coming and chopping up the trees. And it's very, you guys can tell me, but it seems to me that it's very unusual for underground lines to have any issues, that they would have to come back in and tear up the property for that.
Correct. And then in the future, the trees, you will know probably, Councilmember Harris, when they cut trees in a bad fashion to
Which they do
accommodate
all
the
the
overhead,
time.
right, overhead lines. And so this would, having them underground helps to let the trees grow in the manner that they should.
So the public utility easement, is it just limited to the utility or to the electric company? Or will other utilities such as Google Fiber, et cetera, be able to come in there and lay lines to expand services?
This one does just belong to PEC, yes.
Is there a way to reduce the amount of property that we need to take by eliminating a sidewalk or, and just doing the vibe trail instead of doing both?
I think this is Vibe Trail, right?
Well, I think you could, but it affects the entire corridor. So the corridor for all the way through on Center Street has already been designed for those elements, and property has been acquired up and down the corridor to try to connect all of those. So this is a very small, I understand every piece of property is important. This is a very small piece in the overall stretch of project that we have. But that would affect the other pieces of it. If you were to try to go around it, it would be an issue. Mike, I don't know if you had anything else.
Well, just also, some of this has to do, a lot of this has to do with the alignments that PEC has for undergrounding the lines. And so even if we got rid of a sidewalk, what we're doing is working with PEC, getting the designs and the locations of their lines and their infrastructure, and then we're trying to accommodate that either in easements or in the right-of-way itself. And typically it's going to be easements, so it allows them access, so we don't have to tear up the street. And so that's how this is working. That's really the big driving need. If we move some of the actual roadway improvements, it doesn't necessarily eliminate the need for this alignment, because all this is based on the designs that we're getting from PEC for the location of the utilities that underline it. So it's really that action of going from overhead to underground and the design of that.
For the entire stretch of roadway.
For the entire stretch of roadway on Center, yes.
And the city doesn't want them tearing up the street? Is that what we're saying?
Well, I think it's they want good access to their electric infrastructure. We want them to have that, right? I mean, if anything happens, but the point already made, typically you're going to have better reliability overall. But also that is a consideration, definitely a consideration from PEC as we're coordinating with them, is they want to make sure they have good access, and we also don't need to unduly tear up a property owner's property. Or the street or any infrastructure that we're putting in place.
Yeah, that was my point, is this is not in our backyard. Like, we don't want you to tear up our street the same way she doesn't want us to tear up her front yard. And so my next question is going to be, are we to the point of eminent domain? Why are you guys asking for permission, if needed, to do eminent domain if we're not there yet?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Kent Sick, outside counsel for real estate acquisition. So negotiations are at an impasse. The landowner just doesn't want the project, and there's also some ownership issues associated with this case that will almost certainly require the court to apportion the award when it is finally awarded.
Will we be involved in that court issue at all?
No, ma'am. The city's responsibility is only to pay for the compensation for the taking, whoever's entitled to it.
Yeah.
It's up to the court to decide who gets what.
Thank you. Councilmember Medina.
Am I correct that in that same area, with the road project, we're putting sidewalks down that part of Center Street as well on this side?
I'm going to let Mr. Trimble speak to that.
Yes. So for Center Street, we're doing a Vibe Trail segment on the northern side of Center and then sidewalk on the southern side.
And have we already acquired for that particular piece of property what's needed for the sidewalk?
I don't know if we've acquired everything we need, but I believe so, yes. I think now we're down to really kind of, because we just recently got the alignments from PEC, and so we're able to identify what easements were needed, and so that's why you're seeing some of these PEC easements now, is because took a lot of coordination with them to get to that point to where we got the location and the designs, and so what happens is we get their designs, and then we work with our civil engineers to basically integrate that into the project, and then that helps to identify exactly what we need.
So then the sidewalk would kind of run, and then this pedestal would be on the other side in the yard of the.
Right.
Okay.
All right, this calls for a roll call vote, please.
It has very specific wording, so. I move that the city of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire a public utility easement over a 0.009 acre parcel of land from property owned by Olga G. Reyes as described in Agenda Item 16 for the public use of constructing utility improvements for the city's Center Street off-system project.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by Councilmember Harris. Roll call vote, please.
Harris,
Yes.
Zapata,
Yes.
Flores Kale,
No.
Tobias. Yes. Goza,
No.
Medina,
No.
McKinney.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 4-3. Next item, we have Agenda Item 17, consider approval of a resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorizing the use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, a 3,180 square foot parcel of land in fee simple, a public utility drainage easement over 3,112 square feet, parcel of land, an underground detention easement over a 5,089 square foot parcel of land, and a temporary easement over a 903 square foot parcel of land as described in Exhibits A, B, C, and D to the resolution respectively from certain real property owned by Comanche ASH 1, Ltd. for the public use and purpose of construction of roadway infrastructure and utility improvements for the Kyle Parkway / Lehman Road Extension Project. This will have a roll call vote.
Mayor and Council, Amber Smites, Deputy City Manager again. In 2022, City of Kyle voters passed Proposition A for the road bond projects. This includes improvements on Kyle Parkway and Lehman Road. This will extend Lehman Road from Button Creek Road to Daisy Lane, and it extends Kyle Parkway from Daisy Lane to the new Lehman Road. Here are the project limits, the features, 2 lanes in each direction, sidewalk along the length of the new roadway, 2-lane roundabouts at 4 intersections, improving mobility and reducing congestion in Northeast Kyle. A timeline in March of 2023, the council issued a task order to Cobb Finley to complete the final design. In January 2024, alignment and design features were approved by the council. In spring of 2026, we anticipate bid release, and in fall of 2027, anticipate construction completion. On this site, we did perform we performed a survey and appraisal on the needed tract. We need fee simple acquisition of 3,100 square feet, a public utility drainage easement of 3,112 square feet, underground detention easement of 5,089 square feet, and temporary easements of 903 square feet. Improvements within the right-of-way and easement include roadway construction and drainage, and those are indicated by the different colors. You can see the right-of-way is indicated by the color green. The drainage easement is purple. Temporary easement is blue, and then there's an existing drainage easement indicated in yellow. And again, we are asking the council to issue the PCN by resolution tonight. Any questions?
All right, any questions? This is going to be for the roundabout over by Lehman and Button Creek?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So if there are no questions, we can do roll call vote.
I move that the city of Kyle authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire a 0.0730 acre parcel of land in fee simple, a public utility drainage easement over a 0.0714 acre parcel of land, underground detention easement over a 0.1168 acre parcel of land, and a temporary easement over a 0.0207 acre parcel of land from property owned by Comanche ASH 1 Limited, as described in Agenda Item 17, for the public use of constructing roadway infrastructure and utility improvements for the city's Kyle Parkway Lehman Road Extension Project.
All right, can I get a roll call vote, please? Oh, wait, I gotta get a second first, sorry. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias. Go ahead.
Just a comment.
Mhm.
I know it's tough when we're doing these, again, eminent domain conversations, especially this is in my district area. And as much as I know we're trying to work with residents and also business owners, I also look at the impact of the traffic that is so direly needing much improvement in that area. And like I said, I can, my heart goes for all of these people. But when we had our incident that happened at the high school last week, when we went lockdown, and I saw the traffic grid that was out there and the emergency response of the people that are out there, sometimes it's real. That we've got to be able to get these roads improved, widened, and at what expense, unfortunately. So as much as I understand where the business owners are at and understand where the residents are at, I also have to look at the growth of our city and the need of the improvements that we need to make. So that is why I second this motion on this end.
Okay, well, I, for one, did not vote for this roundabout in this area. I thought it could be a great stoplight. I don't think this area would be needed if there was a stoplight there as opposed to the roundabout. And so I am not in favor of this. Councilmember Harris.
There is a stoplight there now, right?
There's
And
a
it's-
temporary stoplight.
Well, it's still a stoplight, it's the same. And it is totally inadequate for the control of that intersection. You know, we've all been there probably during times that school's letting out, or rush hour in the mornings, and the traffic is really awful. A roundabout would significantly help with that. It also, roundabouts are so much safer. And if we're talking about the safety of the kids, which I think is paramount for us there, a roundabout would be so much more safe than the current structure that we have, which is a three-way stoplight.
And just to clarify, and I don't want to get over my skis talking about the design features too much here, but just as a reminder, council, there is a shared detention pond with the neighbor next door. And so even when you're expanding the number of lanes, even if you keep it to a stoplight, what we're doing on this particular property is solving a drainage issue for both neighboring properties that's caused by the width of the roadway. And so it may not be just reduced to as simple as if we didn't have a roundabout at this intersection.
Right, but if, we wouldn't know that because we don't have those engineering plans, correct? Like if we had engineering plans for an expanded road with a stoplight, it might look a little different.
I believe we've done
I believe we did visit that exercise when there was another vote on this intersection.
Okay, that was not brought to my attention. Councilmember Goza?
So when this was voted on, I had pretty significant concerns. And the question was brought up whether there was a study done on safety of roundabouts near schools. And so I did some digging and at that time, and I found that there were studies that were done, and particularly dual lane roundabouts were contraindicated for schools because of new drivers, et cetera. And when I did my write-out with the police officers a couple weeks ago, I had an opportunity to ask them how safe are the roundabouts. One, they slow down emergency response vehicles, but the police were very there's a lot more wrecks at them. Maybe single car and maybe minor, but there's a lot of incidents at our roundabouts. And so I have a lot of concern still with putting a roundabout in at that intersection with the school. If you have pedestrians that are crossing and the intent is to keep traffic flowing, how does that work? You've got school buses, you've got new drivers, because high school is around the time that they all start driving. So I just have my concerns, and then if we decide then to go ahead and axe it based on some of these things in the future, we've already spent a lot of money on this land. And so I cannot in good faith vote for this.
So are we going back as far as adding the roundabout in this area, or is it just for the expansion of the road itself? 'Cause I'm just trying to clarify what this vote really means.
Right. What this vote really means is the opportunity to, to use eminent domain if necessary, if we are unable to get an agreement with the owner. And again, we had to solve on this property for a shared detention pond for both properties, both businesses. And so in doing that, we needed a larger space to accommodate next door neighbor, the Government Federal Credit Union, and then also this property as well, if that makes sense.
So would this affect actually adding a roundabout in this area, or is it just for the road improvements itself? Because that's really what my vote wants to be on, is just to be able to have the space to where we need to increase the size of the road versus the roundabout, because I'm not 100% sold on the roundabout, just like the others on this specific area. So I want to make sure I know what my vote is. If it's for just the being able to expand the actual road itself, or is it to add more leverage for a roundabout in that area?
Right, so clearly we are taking, a corner in the green there for, you can see the road geometry again. I'm trying to play engineer up here, but, the road geometry curving. But again, back plan, I guess, plan south where the Government Federal Credit Union is, that is also just right-of-way for the widening of the road. And so I can't tell you tonight how much, but in particular tonight, we are asking for the PCN to cover that shared detention pond to accommodate what we need planned south at the GFCU, and then also what we need on this particular property. And anything else I missed?
Would this road look different, this easement possibly look different if it wasn't going to be a roundabout plan there?
Well, let me answer the first question is yes. I mean, regardless of what the intersection is, a component of this is the widening of the roadway. And yes, a component would be putting in an intersection regardless of what type. The reason being is because if we put in a signalized intersection, you go from roundabout to signalized intersection. Think about a signalized intersection. You have left turn lanes. You may have a dedicated right turn lane. We're going to have to create space to do that. So we're going to still take a decent footprint for a signalized intersection versus a roundabout. I won't say it's exactly the same, but yes, it is a factor of putting in an intersection improvement at this location is a factor in the space that we need. I don't have the exact dimensions of what that would be, but when you think about we're expanding the roadway and then we're putting an intersection that allows for left turns and right turns. We're also making a new connection. When you look at this project, remember you're also creating an entirely new connection to this intersection. So we need to allow for all of that. All of that's going to take space, regardless of whether we signalize it or whether we do a roundabout.
Okay, so yeah, that was my question would it look differently if it wasn't, would we need all that amount if it wasn't a roundabout going there?
You would need this is a significant portion of it, yes.
A significant, so not all of it. Okay, Councilmember Harris.
So I would recommend that we pass this, but that we bring back to the council the discussion about the roundabout. I'm surprised that the officers would say that there are more accidents at our roundabouts. We actually don't have very many very good roundabouts, and that's part of the problem maybe, because roundabouts traditionally cut accidents by 80% and deaths by 90%. So they're well studied, and in the design of this particular roundabout, I remember the discussions. There were a lot of discussions about this and the school kids and what's the safest alternatives and how we assure their safety, and is it safer than having the right turns, left turn lanes, all the different lanes and the lights. And so I would suggest that presentation be brought back to the council before that intersection is fully designed, so that everybody who did not have the opportunity to see those presentations can see them.
And then I think I also just wanted to note that also in the development of the roundabout itself, there are things and steps that we can take to ensure that there's heightened safety for kids, especially around there. I think I also want to point out that I believe we received a grant for Vision Zero as well. And like that has to do with reducing the total number of deaths on roadway accidents, to zero. And a big part of that is also roundabouts. We have entire states within this nation that have statewide roundabout first policies. The state of New York does, the state of Virginia, and the state of Maryland as well. And so these are things that are greatly studied. And I think one of the things that is contraindicated is actually lane widening. That's the issue that you're running into with I-35 is like you can only add so many more lanes that actually address the real issue, which has to do with being able to have that consistent flow of traffic. And while there may be accidents, they're also less deadly. And that is of the utmost importance, especially if we have young new drivers. And so I think bringing up, I think like Councilmember Harris had stated, just to bring it back for those of us who weren't here, who weren't able to make that vote, to be able to just look at what it is that we have going on there, to be able to compare it to what we have planned for now, I think is going to be really helpful. But yeah, and just shout out to the team for winning the Vision Zero grant.
Well, thank you. I did also want to note, we did have a work session, I believe in October, to talk about just how roundabouts function. And we did talk about this very roundabout and also some of the treatments we could do for safety, particularly near the school, thinking about the increased pedestrian movements, particularly with kids. So we did talk about that. We can also bring some of that information back as well.
Thank you.
This is going to require a roll call vote. So may I please get one?
Medina,
No.
McKinney,
Yes.
Zapata,
Yes.
Flores Kale,
No.
Goza,
No.
Tobias,
So the roadway, yes.
Harris.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 3-4.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And next up, we have agenda, are we going to come back 18, 19? Okay, we're pulling agenda 18 and 19, so it looks like we're on agenda 20?
15.
15, sorry, yes, you're correct. Sorry about that. We're going to
one
receive
time.
a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback regarding a proposed mixed-use development project. Philo?
Yes.
All right, thank you. We have Jason Lutz.
Yes, good evening, council members. Tonight, just to kind of introduce you to Project Philo, PUD. I'm going to introduce the applicant or developer. They are effectively calling this the Crossroads Development. So just a little background on this. Property was zoned, annexed and zoned in '02. It came in with an interim zoning of agriculture. Staff had some initial discussions regarding a possible mixed-use zoning district. We do have an MXD zoning district on our books in January of '23. The MXD zoning district was fairly new at the time, had not been thoroughly tested. So there were some challenges in getting the property to work within the zoning code itself. So that's when the applicant kind of changed gears and started discussing the possibility of a PUD for this project. So they did submit that application in August of '23, and then they followed up with the DA to accompany that after about a year later. The 380 or DA will cover the building facades, elevations, building materials, sewer, water, utilities, other things of that nature. So this proposed PUD and DA, again, they're looking at base land uses of retail services. They're proposing 177,000 square feet of commercial. The mixed-use development portion is about 535 units of multifamily. When we looked at the comprehensive plan, this is identified as an urban mixed-use area, so the comprehensive plan is in alignment with their proposed project. They are donating land for a roundabout in the area. It's about 1.22 acres or $150,000 in value. The developer is here tonight. They are going to request some feedback on the proposed development. So council, you're free to discuss overall design, land uses, density, landscaping, any other issues or concerns you have. I think the applicant is asking for that feedback, and then staff is just looking that you provide us some direction on as we get into fine-tuning this PUD, if there are specific things you'd like to see or like to us address as part of that document. No official council action is needed tonight, and then again, this process will kick back off this week. We'll start meeting again, finalizing the documents, and then that will come back to P&Z and then ultimately council at some point in the future. So at this point, just a little bit about the developer. This is Kaplan Development. They have 40-plus years of residential and commercial development experience. They have engineering, lending, construction, commercial brokerage, financial analysis. They did work on a local project here, Parkton Square and Greg Gardens. So at this point, I'm going to turn that over to the applicant, and they'll be able to answer any questions. And if you have any for me regarding technical stuff, I'll be here as well.
Good evening, Council. I'm Michael Linehan, President of LSI, the land planning consultant and architect representing Crossroads PUD and Kaplan Development. The project location is off Kyle Parkway and Daisy Lane, immediately adjacent to Seton Ascension. And this is a mixed-use proposed development, which is in keeping with the future land use map, as Jason previously mentioned. So this is the conceptual site plan for the project, outlining the type of development that this zoning case will allow for, or rather a PUD and development agreement that is in place of a straight zoning case due to the challenges with the MXD zoning, as Jason mentioned. You can see that on the north side of the property along Kyle Parkway, we're locating retail services immediately adjacent to the hospital for to serve patrons of that area, and on high frequency traffic areas for that development. To the west, we also have additional commercial development that is RS zoning that also contemplates hotel sites. There has been interest in this property for hotel sites, and the city does benefit from hotel occupancy tax on that. The two multifamily vertical mixed-use developments on the east and west of Philomena Drive are in keeping with the intent of a lot of the MXD zoning, with putting the buildings towards the major right-of-ways to create that pedestrian walkable facade, and screening the parking from the right-of-way by bringing that interior to the site. We have also located a interior green belt for the patrons' use and connectivity for pedestrian travel throughout the site. You can see here, this is the MXD zone-based zoning district within the PUD, showing vertical mixed-use multifamily development. The development agreement does state that there will be commercial use retail components within that MXD zoning. And this shows the RS based zoning district within the PUD. And as previously mentioned, we have the retail services to the north, adjacent to the hospital, Kyle Parkway, and then the mixed use hotel, office, and retail further to the west there. And then this is really highlighting the green space that we have implemented into this project. There was a previous iteration of this project where there was increased density and less green space, and we took feedback from staff to come back and make a more connected green space that allows pedestrians to work throughout the site and amenitize the area for this space as well. And this just shows the overlay of the different zoning types, base zoning types within the PUD, and the green space that connects the east to the west. You can see that about 44% of the site is RS zoned, and the remainder is MX zoning. There is a bit of leeway within the development agreement that allows for potential redistricting of that within a very small amount, but this is the intent of the development. So on the developer request, the zoning, as stated before, is consistent with the future land use map that designates commercial mixed use. Utility commitments based on a completed capacity study. We're not requesting any financial incentives, so no PUD, TERS, or other financial incentives that is typically seen with PUD agreements. There are no significant variances to code, just trying to clean up some of the challenges with some of the MXD-based zoning that makes the development of the site very challenging. And then the city does receive the urban walkable mixed-use development as the MXD-based zoning is intended to promote. The donation of right-of-way for the north roundabout on Cal Parkway and Daisy Lane has already been donated, and the developer has committed to also donating the roundabout on the south side at Bunton Creek and Daisy Lane. And then enhanced cohesive design standards that would be within the development agreement and keeping with Kyle Code. And then traffic impact analysis for the future development site plan. So when this site does get fully designed and developed, there will be opportunity to come back and review those plans. And then full property, hotel occupancy taxes, and other tax revenue for the city on the site as well. So I'm available for any questions you may have, and Kaplan Development is also represented here if there are any questions for the owner.
All right, thank you. Can you go back to what it is you guys are presenting? Okay. All right, does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Harris.
I've got a lot of questions tonight. This looks a lot better than the first time I saw it, so thank you very much. On the hotels, will there be a parking garage there or on-street parking? I can't tell.
It's currently contemplated as surface parking.
I wonder if you could consider maybe doing a parking garage, shared parking garage for those two rather than surface parking.
I believe that would have to be viewed at the time of site plan and kind of the economic feasibility of that, but the base zoning would allow for that should the future developer want to do that.
And then my other question is a request that you consider using water conservation measures, including water air conditioning recapture, especially on the apartments and the hotels, where they water maybe that green belt and their surrounding landscaping with the recapture water. And also the possibility of, which doesn't necessarily affect the city so much because it's PEC, but possibility of using solar, since there's a lot of rooftop there. If we could develop, this could be just like an ideal development if it incorporates the like basic LEED concepts that I'm just requesting that you think about that.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for that.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
Okay. So when we're looking at the Lot A, B, and those, that's the hotel, right? If I'm not mistaken.
B and C are contemplated for hotels as well as retail, and then Lot A is general commercial contemplated as office in this current scheme.
Okay. Just kind of looking at the format of it, because I looked at it earlier. I remember one time it just looked so scattered, but this looks a little bit more formulated, a lot better on that end. What kind of tenants do you think in your development that you've done? Have you done a different concept like this in another city that's comparable?
Yes.
To where maybe one day I can kind of just see what kind of end result it looked like in the design and scope on that. It looks like it does show that there's going to be some retail in that area. A shared parking garage, up would be good. And to go by council member or Dr. Harris's point, have you looked at, or your past or current developments, use that type of technology or that kind of engineering to where you're able to have the reclaimed water, recapture and all that? Because if you've kind of followed the news that's going on around in our area, especially in Hays County, there's a big push for the water shortages we're having, and how to really look at getting developments or developers to help with these situations for cities and counties. Has that something been brought up before?
Yes, we have built and constructed projects that have rainwater recapture, purple pipe, gray water reuse, condensation capture. And so the technologies are getting more advanced, but also there are certain properties within Austin where we do a lot of work that require on-site capture and reuse.
Yeah, because I know that when these developers come in, they always add a little bit of, trees and green space and all that. But I really look at our region and our territory. It is so hot out here. A dead mesquite tree is about the only ornament that you're going to see out here, right? So I know we can kind of see how green it's going to be. And you also see, like, you have a detention pond that's going to be there.
Yes, we're showing 3 separate stormwater detention ponds on the property.
Where would the water come from that?
Where would it go when it exits that?
Yeah, where would that water come from?
Or where's the water coming from?
Yeah. Is it going to be city water?
On-site capture from just stormwater runoff.
Okay, so
on
it'd
site.
be whatever y'all have there that would go for that feature there.
And that's essentially land that's been parceled out for future engineering of that space, but not necessarily a wet pond.
Okay. That's all I got for right now, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Zapata?
In the mixed use area that we have, is there any way that we can consider having affordable workspaces built in? It's something that I am really wanting for the city to start pushing, because we do have a lot of development and a lot of businesses. And I, at the same time, want to make sure that we're prioritizing opportunities for our local business owners to be able to expand into these newer, nicer areas. And so having something like an affordable workspace policy, which would lower the rent and the cost for a local business owner to be able to have a co-working space, something within this mixed-use development, I think is something that I would greatly appreciate, and that I know a lot of our local entrepreneurs would also appreciate. So if that's just something that we could consider looking into, whether that's even just like pilot testing it with like 1 or 2 spaces. I definitely think that it's something that it is feasible. And, if we want to make this kind of like the, mecca of all developments, and say like, this is what we can do, right? Like when we really try and be intentional about it, then I would like to see that possibly incorporated. So that's just kind of like my little
Would you
bit
see
there.
that being in the form of like live work units, or are you thinking of more commercial spaces that would be designated for entrepreneurship?
Live work units, I think, is okay. I think that's kind of like that happy middle. Ideally, it would be like the commercial spaces. Like I said, even if it's just 1 or 2, just to pilot test it, just to show that it is possible, I think would be really helpful. And then that also could be co-working spaces within those 2 areas. So that way allows more opportunities for our local entrepreneurs to be able to access those at an affordable rate.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris?
I agree with the co-working especially, because I can see that included with retail, like beside a coffee shop or beside bakeries where people can come, mingle. They've got the green belt. I think that's a really neat idea for this. We're just giving you an idea.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
If I could just add one more time, Mayor, real quick. In Lot F, do you know exactly what square footage that would possibly be? And it's just a 1 standalone building with parking around it.
So I believe there we go. So on F, that is
The base zone.
9,000 square foot footprint, and it's currently laid out as essentially a pad site, but 9,000 square feet would be a multi-tenant building.
Oh, so it'd be a multi-tenant versus a 1-tenant.
Yeah. Potentially. Typically, a single tenant pad site's going to be around 5,000 square feet. We're showing that accommodates about 9,000. So my anticipation would be that would be a a multi-tenant building, but certainly a 9,000 square foot user could come in and take that.
And
as a-
then you can also, how many parking spaces, curious to know, what do you think would be right around that area? Because I'm brainstorming right now, something just clicked in my head.
Yeah, so it would be, I believe it's 1 to 200. And actually, let me check my notes on the what's in the DA in terms of the parking requirements for those. Because, oh, yeah, I sure do. Thank you. It's 49 spaces there. And so this development does contemplate some potential shared parking between
within the area there.
Correct.
Okay.
But overall, it meets the requirements of both City of Kyle parking.
Because I've already got an idea in my head of what that could be. If I could spill the beans, I probably could. I don't know if I should or not. I could say that could be a potential library.
All right. Can I ask, how many total living units are there?
In this concept, there are 535.
We're going to add 535. I'm assuming those are apartments. Looks
Correct.
like, I see the numbers. I'm not really sure what they mean. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. What do those represent?
The acreage?
The acres. Okay, so we have 4 acres for the hotel. And this hotel is going to be right up the street, actually, from another hotel. I think it's like the Comfort Suites or something. This is my concern. This is like some of the last bit of good retail we have in this area, or land development we have in this area. It's also right next to Philomena Drive, goes right up to the elementary school, Button Creek. It's really hard for me to get behind this without knowing like exactly, and I'm not asking for schematics because I know that costs money and I'm not going to ask you guys to do that. But I need a better idea of, it says like Greenbelt, but what does that look like? What does that entail? I don't know. I think our city needs to do kind of like some kind of report or study on office space, because I think we have a tremendous amount of office space all over our city. And so I would be hesitant to say we need more. If we had the unique office spaces like Councilmember Zapata was talking about, where that's not offered in a lot of places, but the shared spaces would be kind of nice. That would be a nice like pilot program. But I don't know if any other office spaces would work there.
Right. And so throughout the site, there's roughly 185,000 square feet of commercial. Lot A there that we said contemplated as office is 13,000 square feet, so not a significant footprint. But also this is the zoning designation would allow for retail in that spot or a use of that nature. And this is guiding what we feel would be the appropriate uses just based off of the ratios of retail to commercial to office to hotel. On the hotel side, there has been a demand for a hotel on the site just in terms of people kind of cold calling the site, but also just with the adjacency to the hospital, felt that would be appropriate use for that area.
Okay, because there's a hotel like just right up the street. Okay,
Right.
Just want to make sure.
Big hospital.
And so you're telling me the 13,000 square feet that you guys currently have for office, if it doesn't work, then you guys can turn that into retail?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to say bring something big. Because we have residents that are like, we're done, we don't want any more. So if you bring something, just be thoughtful, bring some amenities, things that we don't have as a city. I know YMCA wants to come. I know there's other things, other amenities that our city could really use. No?
No, they do not want to come.
Okay, well, I, as mayor, and as somebody who has consulted with our residents for almost a decade, they would like some kind of rec area, and YMCA has been kind of a big deal. So, I mean, I don't know what we can say about that, but yeah, just make sure moving forward that you bring stuff that I think that our residents really need, because we have retail down pat. I mean, we have the Caraway track, which has a tremendous amount of retail. So if you do bring some, I'd like to see something that's a little bit unique, so we're not having 8 McDonald's. We went from 1 and now I think we're going to have 3. And so, yeah, just, moving forward, we can't control what you guys stick in there. We only do the zoning. But I would hope if we gave you this guidance and we approved this, that you guys would bring, some things that are unique to Kyle.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah.
Oh, Councilmember Medina.
On the area adjacent right there to Button Creek, are the little gray areas that kind of touch Button Creek proposed entryways into these sections?
Yes.
Okay, and have we done any kind of traffic study in that area for Button Creek? Because my concern is a two-way with a turning lane in the middle. And if we're proposing 535 homes with 2 to 3 people living in each home, the increased amount of traffic that'll be traveling up and down Button to come in and out of there every day and to get onto the 35 feeder road, what kind of extra traffic that's gonna.
Right. And those are, I would say, conceptual connections at this point that are aligned with the existing curb cuts across the street for good intersections. However, that would have to be approved at the level of site plan. In the zoning case, those would not be approved curb cuts, but are conceptual connections.
And has there been a traffic study done at all yet for this?
There's not a TIA, but there's a
Okay.
commitment within the PUD to do a TIA at the time of site plan.
Okay.
Yeah, piggybacking off of that, I think that's gonna be, Daisy Lane is kind of a dangerous road. I drive it all the time, and there's a lot of blind spots. So it looks like you guys would be coming, there's, the only egress ingress is Kyle Parkway. And then Philomena, like I'm confused how, there doesn't look like there's any.
Right. So,
access to Daisy.
Philomena.
So just through Philomena, but then also at Seton Parkway, the extension of that right of way through the site to connect Kyle Parkway down to Button. And then we do show a conceptual connection to Daisy. However, that will need to be reconfigured with the intersection updates from the city of Kyle.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask what other developments in Austin it is that you've worked on, just so I can picture in my mind an idea of what it is that you know?
I don't know that we have any built that you would be familiar with, but the grant on East Riverside, which is under construction right now, but we have done, my firm laid out Barton Creek and Circle C, large land plans like that.
Okay, all right, yeah, thank you.
All right.
I want to say this is dramatic improvement from the first plans that we initially saw. My response to that was, I like the cornfield there. Great job on to prior council's direction, taking that to heart. I see the amount of work you put into it, so thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I would like to see like some restaurants that we don't have here. And I know that's not going to be popular, but like Mediterranean food, things that are more ethnic, or like an Asian small store, or something along those lines, things that we can't readily get here, even as expanded as our HEB is. But I think that that would be a welcome addition to the community.
And what's your time frame?
Well, that's hard to say. We've been in this process since August of 23. So as soon as we get through this, hopefully pretty quick.
So you would estimate start of construction 9 months from now, a year from now?
I would anticipate a bit longer than that, because a project of this scale, there will be probably multiple developers coming in to complete the project. So it's really part of that's market driven.
So just to clarify the process, we'll probably need 2 to 3 months to kind of come back with a completed development agreement, finalize the PUD zoning, and get all this together for you and all your comments that you've had in a complete way. So then you would have a chance to vote on that. And then once the property is entitled, then they start the development process, looking for partners to see how they can actually determine how to move forward on that. So it's a multi-year process probably to build out the entire site. But it starts first with making sure we've got the right ideas from you and the entitlements that you're looking for. So that's kind of the start of this process. In the next 2 or 3 months, we'd hopefully be back to you to ask you to consider formally approving the project. Anything else, Jason, or anything I've missed? Is that the direction from the council you're comfortable with? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, council.
All right, moving on. We have,
Thank you, council.
we're gonna bring all these agenda items, I think it's 20 to 25 with the TERS.
20 and
22 to
21 are
25.
separate, but then 22 to 25 we'll do all together.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we can combine all those.
22 to 25. All right, so up next, we have agenda item 20, consider approval of a resolution to appoint one new council member to the Lake Kensington Nature Park Task Force. Item presenter, David Lopez.
Actually, I'll be taking this one today. But Chris Escoto, Deputy Director for Parks and Recreation. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm going to give you a very quick presentation that's going to talk about Lake Kensington. I'm going to give you a little bit of a background for the task force itself, and then we'll be turning it back to you to appoint somebody, potentially. So as far as the Lake Kensington project itself, just to make you aware, this past year in March 2025, Council hired Mesa Design to establish a master plan. What that master plan brings is a comprehensive vision, a guiding framework for the future development of Lake Kensington Park. The current status, there's been a number of activity that has happened with the consultant group. We have conducted an ecological assessment. We've conducted a variety of plant and flora and fauna wildlife inventories. We've also had a number of public engagement with the community. To date, the task force has seen a lot of this feedback, but from the direction of council, this project was paused to be able to appoint a new task force member. So right now we're just in the waiting period. As far as the task force goes, there are 3 members that were voted in or appointed back in October of 2024. There is 1 vacancy, as you alluded to. And just to give you a little bit of information about the meetings themselves, staff does work with the task force members. So these meetings could be in the morning, they could be in the afternoon, they could be in the evening, they could be virtual, they could be in person. So it's very flexible, but it is something that staff does convey those ahead of time to be able to work with those task force members. And so with that, just requesting council to either appoint 1 council member to fill that current vacancy or choose not to appoint at this time. And staff does recommend that option 1 for the following reasons.
All right, do we have any questions, nominations? Councilmember Harris?
I just want to make a comment that this is such an exciting project. The subcontractors for Mesa are amazing. Blackland Prairie group is part of that, and I had the opportunity to walk part of the area with them, looking at all the plants. There are a number of sub-ecoregions. The diversity within there is phenomenal. We have a wonderful opportunity here. So anybody who wants to take on this task will thoroughly enjoy it. It's got so much potential to be a star of this city.
All right, any nominations? Any volunteers? Oh, Councilmember Zapata.
I mean, I'd like to self-nominate.
All right, make a motion?
Yeah, if that's okay with everyone. So I'd like to make a motion to appoint myself, Councilmember Zapata, to the Lake Kensington Nature Park Task Force.
Second. All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Zapata and a second by myself. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 7-0. Up next, thank you, we appreciate it. Up next, we have agenda item 21, consider an approval of an ordinance consolidating prior approved on-street parking restrictions, replacing prior ordinances, and establishing new parking restrictions in the South Lake Ranch and Steeplechase subdivisions. Item presenter, Cavalli.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I think this is my first time presenting with the new council members, so hello. For the record, Rauli Kosaraju, Assistant Director, Traffic and Transportation, and I am here to present this very long titled presentation here on street parking restrictions in South Lake Ranch and Steeplechase subdivisions. So to provide a bit of a background, I know Councilmember McKinney is well aware of all of this. So in November of 2025, city staff received a request to evaluate the need for on-street parking restrictions within the South Lake Ranch and Steeplechase subdivision. So for reference, South Lake Ranch is directly across Lehman High School on the north side of Bunton Creek, Bunton Lane, and then Steeplechase subdivision is on the west side of Lehman Road, directly across from Lehman High School.
So this request was primarily driven by on-street parking activity by Lehman High School students that are parking in these subdivisions. So following some conversations with the resident that had reached out to us and with our Kyle Police Department, city staff had contracted with Kimley Horn to perform some field investigations on different days during school times, and then we had asked them to provide recommendations to address the concern in question. There are some existing parking restrictions out there. I am not going to read through each of these, but I do have a visual. Generally speaking, these restrictions are in place Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. from September to May. So essentially when school is in session. So as I mentioned, here's some visuals that outline where the existing parking restrictions are. Brutus Drive, which tees into Lehman Road there, across on the west side of Lehman Road, south of Bunton Lane. And then you've got Lake Washington Drive, which is on the north side of Bunton Creek Lane, directly across from the high school, so the first block of that. And then we've also got some existing parking restrictions on Sapphire Lake Drive, similar to Lake Washington Drive, the first block there, north of Bunton Creek Lane. And then on Onyx Lake Drive, the restrictions are for the entire stretch of that roadway on both sides, in the times that I'd mentioned earlier. And then moving on, we do also have some existing parking restrictions on Granite Shoals Drive for that entirety of that street, and then also some parking restrictions on the east-west road through their Town Lake Bend, going from Goforth Road west to Loon Lake Drive. And so those are all the existing parking restrictions. So through the study that Kimley Horn conducted in January of, I apologize, that's January 2026, and confirmed that additional vehicle parking associated with Lehman High School students is concentrated on the following roadways. So this section of Brutus Drive that we had just showed you the parking restrictions on, they did observe that students were parking on the other side of Brutus Drive now, in the same block, because we don't have existing restrictions there. And then on Lake Washington Drive and on Loon Lake Drive, the blocks immediately north of where the existing parking restrictions are essentially is where they're parking today. So I touched on this a little bit earlier. So the concerns that were brought forth to us were associated with vehicle congestion along these roadways, with the on-street parking activity that's happening that reduces the effective roadway width, or the drivable street width basically, on these roadways. And then also to add to that, these roadways are just not wide enough to support parking on both sides and still be able to maintain that two-way vehicular flow, which would then impede emergency vehicle access should they need to access any of the homes or any of the properties on these streets. So those were the concerns that we were factoring in conversations with Kimley Horn. That's what Kimley Horn was looking at when evaluating what type of restrictions would be best suited to address these issues or concerns. So what we're proposing today is to restrict parking on the streets that were identified through the study that Kimley Horn did, on one side of the roadway. So that would allow us to maintain that two-way vehicular access, which is what we strive to do with our public streets. Is we want to make sure that the streets are able to handle the vehicular traffic that is intended to be on those streets, and then also maintain that emergency vehicle access at all times. The parking restrictions in terms of the times that the restrictions would be in place would be exactly like the other restrictions that are out there. So that's Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. from September to May. And I will go to the next slide here just to give you a visual. So everything that you see on these images here that's in blue, those are existing parking restrictions. And what we're proposing today is shown in red here. So on Brutus Drive, that would be the south side of Brutus Drive between Lehman Road and Brandy Circle. And then on Lake Washington Drive, it would be the west side of Lake Washington Drive, because that's the side that has the homes fronting, or majority of the homes fronting. And that's the section between Town Lake Bend and Mansfield Lake Trail. And then on Loon Lake Drive, we're proposing to restrict the entire west side of Loon Lake Drive So that's basically the southern terminus of that street, all the way up to Mansfield Lake Trail. Just to give you all some background, there were a couple of ordinances that were brought to council in the past. One on June 6, 2018, that implemented that allowed staff to implement the parking restrictions on street within the Steeplechase subdivision. And then on July 3rd, 2018, another ordinance was approved to restrict parking in the South Lake Ranch subdivision. Just to be able to kind of clean up how all of these live in our code right now, what we're proposing is to just repeal those previous ordinances and combine them all into one ordinance so that they can all kind of live in the same place. So we're not changing any of the existing parking restrictions. We're just proposing to add to them with what I presented today. I'll go back to the slide that I was on with the visuals, but what we're asking today is to approve the ordinance that we proposed as drafted, or council can choose not to approve it, or I guess if you have any feedback, and then I'll leave this slide here for any questions.
All right, any questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Harris. I like that.
It's my night. Have the residents along these streets been polled or told that these changes might be coming?
We spoke with the couple of residents that had reached out with concerns, but we have not done a broader, like a mailer or anything like that. If the item were to be approved, we will work with our comms group to send out, notice through our usual methods of communication to notify the residents, the HOA, all the things before we install the signs.
Is there any way that we could communicate with them that this is coming? I mean, I think we should have done it before we brought the ordinance changes, but I don't want to slow that down either because I actually think everybody's going to be in favor of this, but I just want to know their opinions.
We can certainly work with our comms department. Like I said, I think typically we'll do a notice. I'm looking to see if Linda's around. But we can follow whatever our usual protocols are to notify the neighborhood, the HOA, who also acts as kind of our methods of communication to do that. But I just want to clarify, are we wanting to do that in parallel with kind of gearing up to install the signs, or is this like a public outreach?
Well, the thing I just wanted to say is it's always difficult, right? We want to make sure that we're not getting in front of the council and going out and talking to the residents about something that we might be considering doing, but you haven't heard about it. So we could do it a number of different ways. I think as Ravali said, I mean, we could do it concurrently. This is the plan the council's approved, and then we're going out to make sure people know in advance of whenever it might be effective. And I don't know when we would want to do that. That's one way to do it. Another one is you could simply table this item, ask us to go get some feedback, and then come back before you consider it. So we're really at your pleasure how you want to proceed. I think we get complaints about the issue. I know all of you get complaints about the issue. We want to really have a plan to address it so we could find out how to move forward. And that's been the design here, is to take a really comprehensive look at it and then figure out how to move forward.
I think one of the issues that I see is that our residents constantly complain, I didn't know this was coming. Nobody informed me, nobody asked me. They didn't ask how that was going to impact me. And I think we need to do that on projects such as this. I think this is needed, I'm for it, but I really want to have our feedback by our residents before. I mean, we could do that pretty quickly.
Sure.
And then move forward. But at least we will have our resident feedback before we start moving forward on this.
Okay, Councilmember McKinney?
Councilmember Tobias and I have been working on this for quite some time, several months. And while I certainly have not talked to every resident, I have been led to believe by everyone that I have talked to, including people that are associated with their HOA, individual residents who have reached out, that this would be widely accepted.
I think it would be, yeah. But we don't know that for sure.
So,
Councilmember Tobias?
all righty. So going back in 1885. No, okay. This is, I may be joking, but this is how long it's been going on since Councilmember Daphne Tenorio was on board, and even when my wife was on school board, because she represented the schools. And then it's been an ongoing issue for so many years. And I think Mayor Flores Cale has deja vu. We were talking about this back in 2021. The issue again is the students that are parking, because there's limited parking at Lehman. And when you have so many neighborhoods that have those students that go there, that are driving, and there's only limited parking spaces, these kids are going to need to find a place to park. So through the years, we have had issues to where it's not just the students, but when you have the pickup line, where you have parents that are just waiting for their kids. I actually had was contacted by a resident that somebody was parked in their driveway because they're waiting for their kid to get picked up, and it got into a heated physical altercation where Kyle Police had to be called, but of course they couldn't get through because there's no way to get through. So it's been an ongoing thing. I've worked with the HOA president. We brought this up before because there was a time where they wanted those signs down. Ironically, you remember that? Remember when they said, we don't want these signs up because I'm getting dinged by code enforcement that my trucks or my cars are there. So that's when I think when Councilmember Dex Ellison was on board, we said, okay, do exactly what Dr. Harris says. Let's get a poll. Let's do a petition from the HOA residents to say, if you're in favor of this, a certain amount of signatures. I think Tracy Shield, former Councilmember Shields, was on the dais at the same time, said, bring back the documentation of how many people are in favor of this, and we could really review it. And it was crickets. Because there's a lot of people that said, well, because if we're going to single out students, and I think that's all you hear is students, but you're not talking about Aunt Mary and everybody else that parked there during the day. You're singling out students. I drove out there last week on a Monday morning, or I think it was Wednesday morning, and the kids are parking at the very, very top of the hill. And you see this hordes of kids just walk into school that park probably about a mile away from the campus because they have those signs that are placed there. I've driven by and there's residents that have their own makeshift no parking signs that are up that says no parking, and it's right there. They have their own because I guess I can understand they're just tired of maybe just the traffic of kids just parking and leaving the cars there all day long. And then I know when high school kids get out of school, what do they normally want to do? Chit chat, visit, congregate. And so that probably raises some concerns from residents there going, why you got all these kids just go home, whatever. So I don't want to always just single out the students because I do feel that, the school district could provide additional parking. But that's out of my hands at the school district. But then the school district's like, that's not our problem either. You just got to show up to school. Either you get a bus or a car. I don't care where you park, you still need to come to school. That's going to be a lot of times their take. But unfortunately, this is what happens when we have a school in a neighborhood that's very highly congested on that end. I know Negley has that problem, and Mayor Flores Cale and I had the same issue with IDEA. Remember when they were parking on the side of the street?
We have the same at Hayes,
And
Plum Creek.
And Hayes and Plum Creek too. So it's just not South Lake Ranch people. It's not also Steeplechase. It's all over the city. I was going to go to the extreme, and I even told this to Mark, to where it's like it's getting to the point to where, the people are complaining, or not a lot of people, it's the people that are very, very adamant and very vocal about it. It's like, do we just need to go ahead and pull the trigger, in the sense how you use that term, but just go ahead and paint red on both sides like we do in Cromwell. And there's no parking on either side, Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. Is that the solution too as well? Can you imagine that sight of pulling into a neighborhood and on both sides have no parking? And it doesn't matter if you're a student, you could be a resident, you could still get dinged. Is it to the point there to where we just can't be singling out just the students? Because there was residents that I saw, their trucks, their big trucks that were parked on the street during those hours too, and they belonged to the residents. Because I drove back and forth, and it was the same people. So we're in a tight spot on this. If that's what they recommend, I've also heard some people say, well, I'm moving. I'm out of here. You know, I'm tired of having to deal with this, and if the city goes this route, I'm gone. But I did have a recommendation from one resident that I sent him the information saying, hey, just heads up, this is coming down the wire, and if there's some information that you need to be aware of. He was kind of going on, let me just pull up if I can find his email here. He goes, okay, Councilman Tobias, thanks for the update. Concerned that the proposal solution will merely push back further into the neighborhood and prevent residents from parking in front of their homes. Suggest implementing a time limit, strictly 3 hours between 8 to 4, and maybe that could deter some of the residents. But then again, it also has to go with our code enforcement. Are we really enforcing the no parking on that end? So we could go out and get another poll again, and there are going to be some people that'll say yes, no, and like I said, you remember when they wanted those signs down. So we're just at that situation where we got to kind of help these residents out as best we can.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata.
Have we explored residential parking permits? Because that's very typical in other neighborhoods across the state, you know, in neighboring cities as well, where you have like major corridors, whether that's for like retail spaces, and the adjacent neighborhoods will have residential parking permits, because that is my concern too, is that I don't want residents to get dinged for things like this. So a part of our whatever it is that we implement, and a part of our outreach can also say, how many parking permits do you need for this home? So that way we know not to ding you, so that way code enforcement knows that, hey, you can park your car here along the street. Is that something that we've considered before?
I am familiar a little bit with the City of Austin and City of San Antonio's permit parking programs. Especially in areas where residential abuts commercial that generates high demand for parking. The way that process works, we would require each homeowner to acquire permit parking. So if there's changes with homeownership, then the new homeowner would then have to come in and apply with the city. And there's usually a fee. It ranges from $10 to $30 to $50. I think it depends on the area in the city that we're talking about, but there is a fee associated with it, with that permit process. It also would then require additional staff on the city side to be able to actively manage that. Because now we're talking issuing permits for neighborhoods that have anywhere between 300 to 3,000 homes, depending on which neighborhoods we're considering. So I think all that to say that I'm not saying it's not possible. I think there's a lot of factors and budgeting decisions that would need to go into a process like that. So if that's something that council would like us to explore, we can look at that and then come back to you guys with what comparable cities, obviously Austin and San Antonio are not necessarily comparable to us, but comparable cities, and look at all of the, what does it look like to implement a program like that? What does it look like to actively manage a program like that? What would potentially be the impacts for the residents that live on those streets to have permit parking in their neighborhoods?
Yeah, I think making people pay for that's a choice. It's not a choice that I don't think would have to be made. And the way that I'm also thinking of it is, for example, like with apartment complexes, they quite literally can just give you like a little sticker that you can put on your car that just identifies like, hey, you went through this process. So it's not even something that would have to be extravagant or require that much of, I guess, an updated system. I think there's simple ways to go about it that wouldn't cost, and also be able to allow residents the ability to freely park in front of their own properties.
Right, yeah, and we can look at different options for, and then not pricing the residents at all could be an option, but obviously there is cost impacts to implementing a program like that. So we would have to come back with some kind of budget item for council to consider. Because if there's no associated revenue being generated with it, then it's coming out of some kind of an operating budget. So we would have to factor that in, right? Because we would also need some staff resources to manage that if we're going to truly kind of operate a permit parking program. Because parking management is a very hands-on type of program. Again, I don't want this to be construed as I'm saying no. I'm just trying to explain kind of all of the process involved in implementing a program like that. It's absolutely possible with the right resources.
It has been talked about before prior to, and it was the time consumption, the enforcement, if somebody's parked there and they're not supposed to be towing it. I mean, it was kind of a harder process than I think the council wanted to take on at the time. That doesn't mean we're not going to do it now, but it has been proposed. The council decided not to go with it. But we're stuck in this situation, and I will say at one time when I was first elected, it was wants this changed, resident, go and get all these signatures and then bring it to us, and then we will take it into consideration. So that is something else we can talk about. I'm looking at Brutus Drive. That's like 10 homes. So if we either want to knock on their doors or if we want to get them to advocate for themselves and go get the signatures, that should be an easy task. And I find it hard when I read Brandy Circle. I was like, that has to be a typo because that's kind of far from the school. So I'm kind of concerned that the kids are walking this far.
They are walking very, very far.
Yeah, I think we're just pushing the issue further along, and I can't. And if layman, there's only one sidewalk on one road, and so when they have to cross over, they're crossing over to a place that doesn't have any sidewalk, and so I don't know if this is the answer. I do like Councilmember Harris's suggestion that we do talk to the people and knock on the doors to get their feedback. I don't, even if you just leave something on there that says, we were here, this is what we're planning on doing. If you want to contact us, this is our contact information, just to make the effort. But this is a sticky situation we've been dealing with for a
I
while.
believe the HOA has their monthly meetings. And we could reach out to Aaron and them to say, hey, we would like to attend your HOA meeting. I think it's usually on virtual, and at least you could start from there and then allow them to distribute out to the people that this could be where we're going. No, Steeplechase has no HOA.
Yes, I was going to say, I don't think they all have HOAs, and Steeplechase does not. Councilmember Harris.
One of my big concerns is that this is a safety issue. If the emergency vehicles cannot get down these streets, we are obligated to do something. And if that is happening, we need to do it quickly. I would hate to have an emergency vehicle be needing to go down one of these streets and not be able to, and somebody have a really bad outcome because of that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because that was another element that I wanted to touch on is Brutus Drive already has parking restrictions on the north side. The reason we're having to explore restricting parking on the south side as well is because the existing pavement there is just not wide enough to support two-way vehicle travel and also allow for parking on either side. The road's just too narrow. So in today's condition, if there were vehicles parked as they are on the south side of Brutus Drive, then it would be, I'm not going to say impossible, but it would be extremely challenging for an emergency vehicle if they're responding to a 911 call to make it through there. Not to mention, regular vehicular travel. So that is an element to consider. We will certainly start working on that outreach process. Typically, we like to work with COMS, and I think COMS likes to give their neighborhoods that are impacted by whatever it is doing 2 to 3 weeks notice. And we can certainly put in staff contact information for whoever we're reaching out to reach out to us with any concerns, any comments they have on the proposed changes.
So I would think we probably could be back by April 16th. Something like that gives us a little bit of time to plan, get the word out, get some feedback, and then put it on an agenda in April. It's probably the time frame.
No matter what, we have to proceed with these if the emergency vehicles cannot get through the street.
We understand. And, you know, it's something to consider as well. You know, May's coming up, school will be out. But it could be something that could be, whatever we decide to implement, we can gather that information and then we can address Principal James Cruz as like, hey, going forward, if you're parking over here at South Lake, this is the new rules and so forth. And have I'm sure we've reached out to them as well, right? The school district and the principal saying, what is y'all's future plans for additional parking in the area? I'm sure, right?
I know KPD has had a few conversations with the school. I believe there's a combination of factors that are limiting the students from parking on site. This is not direct information that I'm getting, so I hesitate a little bit to share it, but it's a combination of where the parking is located on site, the type of requirements that the school has in place for students to be able to park on site beyond just the permit fee, like licensing and things like that. So those are supposedly deterrents for students being able to park on site.
Because they have to have a license and valid insurance for their
Correct.
vehicle in order to park on district property.
Yeah.
And council, we also heard from Chief Barnett that the other issue is just congestion. And so a lot of the kiddos trying to leave school get caught in traffic, but they're trying to get to work or pick up their siblings from the grade schools. And so that's the other issue, is they're trying to get out of school as quickly as possible to get to those responsibilities.
Councilmember Harris?
We're saying during school hours and they're building that huge new sports complex. And, you know, I really think that there will be issues with parking for the games. I don't know that Lehman has enough parking to accommodate that. That concerns me too. So I think some of these, you know, if we're redlining both sides of the road, I don't know that we necessarily, we need to have some way for residents to park, but other than that, I don't know if we need to limit the hours.
I mean, I do want to clarify that other than Brutus, because that is a pavement width issue, both on Lake Washington on the block north of Town Lake Bend, and then that whole section of Loon Lake Drive there, we're only proposing to restrict parking on one side. So that way, if residents have visitors during the day, or if they have contractors coming to do XYZ tasks, they will be able to park on the east side of those streets during those hours of restriction. And then, of course, on weekends, there are no parking restrictions.
Of course, if the kids are parked there on both sides of the street.
That is, yeah, that could potentially pose a challenge. Yes.
All right, any motions, ideas?
Do you want to table it and
Yeah, let's postpone it and then bring it back to the next.
April 16th?
Yes, that'd be great. And then if you could just get some feedback from them, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely, we'll work on that.
Do you need a direction, like from us, like contacting HOA and
I think we got that direction.
Okay.
We'll look at how to kind of get that out, but certainly have a meeting and try to get some information out to the residents, and then bring you back that information with any kind of adjustments that we think we need to have.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
Do we need to
work.
actually motion to table it?
I mean, we can if they want to set for date certain, or we.
Yeah, can
You
I,
want to make a motion for date certain, like April 16th, I think is the date?
would we postpone or table it?
You could do a motion to table to a date certain.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to table agenda item number 21 and bring it back March.
April 16th, we have a special meeting
April
set, or
16th.
April 21st, we have a regular meeting.
Let's do April 16th. Got a motion?
Second.
All right, I got a motion by me and a second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, up next, we're gonna bring up 22, 23, and 24. And 25, that's the next page. Okay, do you want me to read all these off? I don't have to read them off, do I?
No,
Okay.
we're recommending appointment of the current sitting council members to all of our TERSs, TERS 3 through 5. Sorry, Amy Alcorn, City Attorney, for the record. And it's still evening, so I don't have to say good morning. Let's move. So we have the authority to appoint members to the TERS boards, TERS 3 through 5. We've already appointed the ones to TERS number 2. Historically, we've appointed the mayor and the sitting council members. All these seats are currently vacant on these boards. They haven't met as often as TERS number 2, and so when we brought back the appointments, we appointed TERS number 2 first. And then pursuant to the Texas Tax Code, the council is responsible for appointing a chair. The chair is supposed to be appointed each year, so in addition to appointing the board members, we will ask you to individually appoint the chairs. The county is also going to be looking to reappoint their members on, I believe, the 10th. And so we don't know who those members are now, and so I think the recommendation would be to appoint one of the city representatives as chair, with a thought that perhaps maybe one of the county representatives could serve as vice chair, and that appointment would be made by the boards. Any questions?
Yeah, I think Councilmember Gozo wondered why we didn't put this on consent.
Because of the chair appointments.
The chair appointments, okay, that's where, I was like, I know there was a reason we talked about it. Okay, so.
So what I would recommend is a single motion to appoint the current council to all 4 of these TERS boards. So 4 or 5, whichever it is. And then a individual motion on each chair.
So we're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4 chairs?
Unless you want to appoint the same person as chair at
Yeah.
all the boards. Those are the other
We always
options.
had the mayor.
Anybody
It is,
interested in chairing? I don't mind doing it. I can do
Yeah,
it.
we just stay consistent
Yes.
on that end. Do you mind?
We
Yeah,
have
all it is
appointed-
just running the mayor, running the
Just-
meeting.
Just for the record, we've appointed Councilmember McKinney as the chair of TERS number 2. So if we want to be
Consistent.
we can do it however we want to do it. It's up to you guys.
I don't mind doing that.
Would you be considered of all 6?
Sure.
Okay. Or
Okay, make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve agendas items number 22, 23, 24, and 25 as written, and appoint Councilmember Mark McKinney as chair for all TERS boards.
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vote second, something in my name on it.
Yeah.
You're good,
You
you're
are
good.
the TERS chairman, sir. Congratulations.
All right. All right, this is it. And up next, we have a discussion and possible direction to the city manager regarding potential amendments, clarifications, or reaffirmation of ordinance number 1162, section 38 to 23, and any related policy considerations. Item presenters are Yvonne Flores-Kale, Mayor, Courtney Goza, and Melissa Medina, council members. And I am going to start this. We're going to take this in sections. And so we all got together and had a discussion. And through that discussion, we had a lot of questions regarding the roundabouts and the policy and how the city is proceeding. So Councilmember Goza Medina and I are presenting a discussion on Ordinance 1162, specifically Section 38-23, which regulates roundabouts in the city. The ordinance was first considered on July 6, 2021, with follow-up meetings on July 20th and August 3rd, 2021, when it was ultimately passed. When staff originally presented the ordinance to council, the stated purpose was to improve future roadway safety, reduce accidents, and enhance traffic flow. Existing areas and roads were not discussed or referenced at the time. During the second meeting, I specifically requested information regarding circumstances that would exclude a roundabout. City staff, the city attorney, and council discussed factors such as feasibility, right-of-way, and eminent domain, all of which would be considered when a roundabout is not appropriate. Issues that are particularly relevant today. The intent of this discussion is not to eliminate roundabouts as a traffic management tool, but to ensure that to use is legally compliant, data-driven, context-sensitive, and balanced against community impacts. We also want to discuss improvements to the ordinance that help avoid placing roundabouts in areas that are not viable. For example, the Daisy Lane Downey Way intersection was a subject of a report from CPNY, which noted that while roundabouts are technically feasible, impacts to adjacent utilities and properties make a roundabout the least viable option. Despite this, for over 2 years, the city had planned for a roundabout in this area. The current plan now calls for a stopped, controlled intersection at this location, reflecting a solution that better aligns with the report's recommendations. Our goal for this discussion is to review how required traffic control studies referred to in section 38 23C are conducted and documented and confirmed that these studies are completed prior to design decisions. We also want to discuss how feasibility and positive impact on traffic congestions are defined. We want to examine the process and criteria used by the city engineer in granting exclusions under subsection E, the exclusion request process. With this background, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Goza, who will discuss community impacts and concerns related to the ordinance and the placement of roundabouts, helping us understand how these decisions affect residents and neighborhoods. Councilmember Goza.
Hi, thank you. So one of the things we talked about was that the roundabouts significantly slow down emergency response. Police officers hate them. And so, I mean, that is the entire intent of it. But so if they are having to get through a neighborhood quickly, that of course prevents them from going through that intersection quickly. There's also a lot of things where the residents then are losing their property to eminent domain for these roundabouts because you have to have them very large. There is an issue as well when you've got two different streets that don't match with the traffic flow. So studies have shown that, like, if you've got a feeder street going into like a main thoroughfare, it's going to be very difficult for that feeder street to get out onto that because traffic never stops, so, which is the entire purpose. So it can tend to back up traffic on those feeder streets and actually make traffic worse. Here in our community, we've got several people that have property taken right up to their fence lines almost. At least that's what I'm understanding, that is being taken in order to incorporate that. And so it really does impact our residents when we're trying to fit these into existing intersections rather than just looking at what new intersections should be done.
All right, Councilmember Medina.
All right, so just kind of a summary of what the ordinance says, and then I'll continue on. So the original purpose of the ordinance 3823 encourages using properly designed roundabouts to improve safety and traffic flow at intersections. The ordinance says specifically, roundabouts shall be included at certain intersections, collector streets, major roads, etc., unless the city engineer determines they are infeasible for lack of space or unsuitable conditions. A traffic control study may, and that's a key word, may be required, is not specifically required to justify roundabout installation. Exclusion requests must be explained and submitted with plans, and the city engineer decides whether to grant them. And the design standards must follow national guidelines. So the ordinance does promote roundabouts at qualifying intersections to improve safety and traffic flow. We've heard concerns from residents about placement feasibility and in some cases potential impacts to private property. Whether those concerns are ultimately change the design or not, they highlight something important, which is we need to ensure our ordinance is clear, consistently applied, and transparent. This is about making sure that we're following our own ordinance exactly as written and that the public understands how these decisions are made. This is about clarity, consistency, and community impact. Our ordinance uses terms like feasible and allows for exclusions. I think it's important that we confirm how these determinations are made and documented. If the decision rests with the city engineer, do we have standardized criteria? And is that documentation clearly available? This isn't about second-guessing professional engineering judgment. It's about ensuring our policy language supports that judgment clearly and consistently. Is the city consistently complying with subsection C requirements, including traffic studies and documented feasibility determinations? Are the standards for determining infeasibility clear and consistently applied? Is council satisfied with the current level of documentation supporting intersection design decisions? We need to explicitly recognize community impacts and preservation of neighborhood integrity as factors in these decisions. When residential property acquisition becomes part of that equation, that raises a level of sensitivity. I believe council should discuss whether additional review thresholds are appropriate in those circumstances. We owe it to our residents to ensure that if private property is impacted, That decision is supported by strong data, clearly documented necessity, and a transparent process. If a roundabout is required, or if an exclusion is granted, I believe the written findings should clearly explain the rationale. Transparency builds trust even when the residents may not agree with the final decision. The more that we can tie decisions back to data, adopted standards, and long-term planning documents, the stronger our position will be. So should written findings be required when roundabouts are approved or excluded? Should exclusion decisions under subsection E be reported to council for review and acknowledgement? We should standardize how exclusion requests are justified, documented, and communicated to the public and council. Are the current public engagement requirements sufficient? I'd also like to ensure that intersection decisions are clearly aligned with our comprehensive plan and long-term transportation goals. We shouldn't be making isolated decisions. They should reflect our broader adopted vision. Should we have intersection decisions require explicit confirmation of consistency with adopted planning documents? The intent of these proposed updates is not to completely eliminate all roundabouts. They do remain a proven, nationally recognized safety feature in the appropriate context. It is about making sure we're legally compliant, we're data-driven, we're context-sensitive, and mindful of the community impacts. Good policies protect both the safety and the neighborhoods. I'd like us to determine whether any ordinance refinements are needed, and if so, be able to provide clear direction to staff with a timeline. If the ordinance is working exactly as intended, then let's confirm that. If it needs refinement, then let's address it proactively.
All right, any questions? Councilmember Harris.
I don't have any objections to what you're proposing, but I would like to emphasize that each roundabout that has been planned has gone through those steps. I remember them bringing to council the traffic studies, the rationales, the full planning. So I think that's been done. I just don't think that the new council members had access to that those discussions.
Brian, would you mind addressing that? Because I know I've asked for some studies, and sometimes you're like, well, they're intricate, they're involved,
They are.
But so this, section C says a traffic control study. Have we done that for all the roundabouts? And if so, I've asked for a lot of them.
You have, yeah, and we're happy to provide them. I think the point, Mayor, that I've indicated to you is a lot of those are embedded in the engineering studies that we have, and it's sometimes we have an individual report. The one you mentioned for Downey and Dacey, we have an individual report for that. Sometimes it's embedded in other types of documents, and those can be extracted and pulled together, but it's been an iterative process on some of these because they've been a long time. And I think the point I've made to you is we can certainly pull all that out, but it's a significant lift to pull all those out and to research all of that and to bring it in a concise way back to the council. If you'd like us to do that, we're happy to do it. But I think this is more of a policy level document that you're asking for us to come back with some suggestions of how to do that. We've talked to the transportation team. We think there's some clear ways to do that would simplify this and perhaps provide some of the clarity that you're asking for on these going forward. But we do have a lot of the studies. It's not as easy as just providing you, here's a 20-page document that we have for each roundabout. If we had that, we'd certainly get it to you. It's just embedded in a lot of other engineering files, and it's not as easy to obtain as we would want, I guess I would say.
Okay, well, my only fear was, when I asked for it, and then I got a report that said it's the least viable option, kind of made me uncomfortable. Like, why are we planning for a roundabout to go in areas that it's the least viable? Because when I was active in this ordinance, we talked about, and I watched the video like 10 times because I was like, everything that we've talked about during that time was always future. It wasn't going back and adding them into areas that were already developed. It was the developers doing them, and everybody didn't want to put the like any kind of additional fees onto the developer, including any affected storm drainage that might be affected. And so, and very clearly, we were told there would be no eminent domain, no houses lost, and that's what we're dealing with right now. And so it's really hard for me, being on previous council and having this direct understanding, and to be very clear, I was the one who made the motion the first time to approve it. I knew very little about it. Luckily, Councilmember Tobias was the 6-1 vote, so we brought it back. And during that time, I was able to take a really good look at the ordinance and realize there was a lot missing to it. So even then, I had some concerns, and I said, hey, I think this is going to cause long-term issues, and it has. It really makes me sad to see houses being taken for a roundabout or some kind of eminent domain. I think there was a mobile home going down Center Street.
Yeah, he's building a new home.
Right, yeah, but they wouldn't have left. They had no intent to leave, and so, and maybe it was an eminent domain, but they were informed that, hey, we want this land, and then they left. And so that was never, feasibility was a big deal. If we couldn't afford it, that would have been a reason to not build a roundabout if it was gonna be too costly. And so for me, it's just all about making sure that if we're gonna honor the same thing that we expect the developers to honor. And another thing I want to know is, how is the city informing developers of their right to appeal? Because I don't think I've ever seen an appeal come to the council.
Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Yeah, so letter F has an appeal an applicant aggrieved by the city's engineer's decision regarding an exclusion request submitted under the section may appeal the city engineer's decision to the city council by submitting a written request for appeal within 10 days after the date of the engineer's decision. The appeal shall be placed on the agenda for the next available city council meeting for which agenda posting deadlines can be met. And so I know I've met with some developers and they're like, we didn't really want to build the roundabout. And so I'm thinking, okay, well, are we at least informing the developers of their right to appeal? Because it was a big deal at the time that the appeal come back to the council and they have the ultimate say.
I'm not familiar with any appeals that have been filed on this. I think these are our own projects in many ways, so the developers are not building those. I'm asking staff if they know of any that I'm unfamiliar with, but certainly they're not shy. If they have concerns or issues, they contact you individually. They come and make comments, but I'm not aware of any. In the time I've been here, I don't recall ever seeing one. We can look at how to maybe improve that process a little bit, but I think in general, the ordinance that we would bring back to you would just be based on traffic engineering standards, traffic engineering recommendations. That's going to drive whatever the recommendation is, and there won't be necessarily a preference. It's just whatever the engineering tells you for that individual location. And I think for the Downey and Dacey intersection, that's one that we thought a roundabout might be a good solution, but that's why we did the traffic engineering on it. And the report, as Mayor, as you mentioned, said that's not the best solution there, and here's what it should be, and that's what we're doing. So
Right, but the report was in 2023, and we didn't decide not to do the roundabout until, Councilmember Tobias just found out at the same time I did this year.
Right, but that's a report that we commissioned to do that, to see what should be the right traffic improvement that should be there. And I think Councilmember Tobias and I started looking at that intersection when we started having some accidents and things like that. And so it's based on the engineering is what we're going to recommend to you. I think that's in general what we'll have to look at to revise the ordinance. I don't want to oversimplify it, but that's basically the points that we need to have.
Mayor, I think we're also referencing Caseta Ranch. Remember
Yes.
how Caseta Ranch, I think it was a developer-built roundabout? And so I think that's kind of where it all started there, because we didn't really have a specific standard. And when they were developing it, we shut down traffic for like 5 weeks. It was a nightmare. And we had to build a separate road for another road we had to build just to get traffic through. Remember that mess?
I remember.
And then finally, when it was developed, it was so small that buses were like, the elementary kids loved going down there because you hit the bump and they knew the bump was coming and you go up there and hit it and the bus would wiggle, right? But the fire department didn't like it and they kept knocking down a lot of signs and things like that. So I think that's kind of where we started the conversation, Mayor. I think back then of like, okay, if we're going to develop roundabouts in our city, I remember you're saying, what's the standard, right?
Yep.
Remember you're saying that, what's the standard? Because Burleson versus Caseta versus what we want to look at Plum Creek, because people were comparing Plum Creek's little roundabouts, okay? I mean, yeah, that's neighborhood style, small cars and things like that, but for the heavy traffic, I think that's where the original conversation started, and this is kind of where we're at right now. Because
Right.
again, what happened 3 years ago, traffic studies, we had, 50,000 people, 55,000 people, now we're pushing almost 70. So every year, we're pushing at least 8,000 people. So we have to always remember that when we're talking. Well, we had a traffic study done a couple of years ago, but that's all changed.
3 years ago, it said the
3 years
same thing,
ago.
though. And 3 years later, we're honoring that.
Yeah.
So, but I also don't want to call it a roundabout first policy. I have no idea where that derived. I've heard it from several people. And during our conversation, when we created it, it was never supposed to be a roundabout first. It was if the roundabout fits, if it falls under these categories, then, and then if someone wants to be an exception, you can do that too. But I don't want this, and I said this back then too, I don't want these forced down our throat. Like, they're great in the right areas, and I've been asked what areas I think they are great in, and I've given examples. But I also don't want it to feel like this is something that we have to do. This is in the right place, they're gonna be perfect. So are we just gonna make a?
Mayor, if I could make a comment on just standard appeals processes. I haven't seen one for the roundabout since I've been here, but just whenever a developer is objecting to one of our requirements, we generally know before we get to the point where we're making a decision for them to appeal that that's gonna come, and the staff will inform them of, hey, the engineer's gonna make this opinion about your drainage issues or your whatever other issues. You're right, it is to appeal to either city council or to the Board of Adjustment or to the PNC, whichever it is under that situation.
Can we get, this one specifically, I guess they would appeal to the engineer and then to the city council, but I don't even, do we have a form that we can give them? I mean, I think,
I don't know that we do, but we can look at something like that, how we want to do it.
We have an application process.
We do.
For appeals or variances, and in general anyway, kind of a general criteria that you would use to kind of, to support your request if it's a standalone request. So
Okay,
there is.
and I don't even know if the developers are aware that they can appeal it.
And Mayor, I think we're hearing you very clearly that what you want to see us bring back a policy that is whatever the traffic engineering report recommends for treatment of that intersection. So an appeals process in that regard wouldn't necessarily be required because we wouldn't say we have a preferred treatment of an intersection. We would just be whatever that traffic report generated by the developer or the city's projects would recommend.
Well, I
That
think,
makes
so
sense.
going to section B, it also talks about if there's not sufficient space, or if the land can't be acquired. There's other things besides just the engineering, because it also has to be, is it feasible for the developer or for the city?
That makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
That makes sense.
Well, so do we just make a motion for you guys to make some I really wanted it less vague. It was so vague when it was even more vague than this, but so we're all on the same page, so.
Sure. We'll be happy to bring, if that's the direction of the council, we'll be happy to give some thought to it, put some precision around this. We've got a lot of professionals that can help us navigate it and bring you back some options and a recommendation of how to proceed, if that's what you'd like to do.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item 26.
Second.
I have a motion by myself, seconded by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0, and we are adjourned. Right? Yes.
4 minutes.
Good job.